Yeah, we can hear you. You good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright. They'll be joining in, they've got a commentary to finish off.
Yeah.
It's why feedback's currently going nuclear on Sahaya from, Messenger Jamal, if you see it.
It's hot. And I'm pretty sure it's the highest, but
Adam's a part of this. Hey, has Adam got the role on here, Jackpot? Because he's wondering when the newscast is and we did invite him in. Tell Adam he can join us in the chat then, Jamal. Message him over. I'll message him.
I mean, yeah, you might want to message him. I currently cannot.
I just messaged him. Yeah, hey Adam. You're free to join. The Puppeteer of Newdom Pro has joined us. The Madman and Madhouse. Yeah. Oh, actually, we can be heard on the stream, Hakeem. I've just looked to the chat. Oh, thank God I did. Thank God we didn't say anything booking wise on this in these last 2 minutes. Don't tell Mania week. Dude, my fucking... You know how I've recently got into doing, this show thing and all that? You know, me on show and all that? I've got like 5 big shows all happening in like a month, 3 months, yeah. Turns out... Yeah, I know. Turns out my anniversary's on May the 8th. From my first show, so yeah. Oh, yeah, that'll be a pleasure, my dude. Jackpot man, can I have you in the general chat? Is there another voice chat in here? Yeah. Adam, are you free to just talk one-on-one then, quick? I need to ask you something booking-wise. I don't want the people hearing it. No disrespect to the people if they can still hear me. Okay. Alan, you there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I just want to ask you something booking wise. No, you can stay here because Hakeem just told us no one can hear us anymore, okay?
Oh, okay. Are we not live yet?
We're not live, we've got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna drop you on this quick. You know how I had Gumball as a guest?
Yeah.
At me upcoming CPP. He has a really good performance, and barring the winner, he's the Iron Man of the match.
Oh,
wave-wise. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you this. It's a bit of a risky one, but I want to ask you. He ain't gonna win it, but would you be up for Gumball challenging for my world title on the anniversary show?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I don't care.
Are you sure with that? I wanted to ask you.
No, I usually say yes to most everything.
I'm just thinking keep on giving him high-profile things so you can push him further in New Dawn.
It's a big profile match. Win or lose.
Oh, they're still saying they can hear me.
Oh, well. All you people, you be quiet, you should.
You be quiet, all you lot. Oh, damn it, I didn't think I could be heard. Alright, well, just for the future.
I'll leave you for the
Hey. I gotta match the energy with the energy, folks. I guess. I don't know. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Newscast with yours truly, your host, Hakeem Johnson, sitting on the chair as he always does. Quite frankly, I got a new chair, which, you know, it's not like a gamer chair, but, you know, I got, you know, someone like me that's thick needs a thick chair. And that's what it's here for. So, shout outs to Shaq's chairs. Swear to God, this is a thing, by the way. Anyways, that was a weird segue. Regardless, welcome to the Newscast 109. As you can see, it is WrestleMania season. Woo! Are you guys excited? Are you guys excited? Let me hear ya. Let me hear ya. Okay, honestly, I mean, I'm just kind of faking it to fake it, but I'm really not all that excited. If you follow me on my personal Twitter, you probably understand why this title is being called WrestleMEHnia 37 Bombs Away. So, we will talk about WrestleMania 37, all the things that's been surrounding it, the match card as it stands right now, as we're speaking on Saturday, April 3rd. We'll also talk about a lot of things as well with NXT going to Tuesday nights the week after WrestleMania, which will be a week from next week. Impact moving to Thursday nights as a result of that move. We will talk about STARDOM show coming up tonight, I believe, if not tomorrow morning from Yokohama. And we will talk also about the movie that was Godzilla vs. Kong. And there will be spoilers, so you guys better cover your ears or mute or whatever you got to do to avoid spoilers. But spoilers will be happening on that Godzilla vs. Kong talk. And we'll have your questions and comments, as always, near the end. We're going to try to keep the question in the comics more WrestleMania / wrestling centered. So don't go too off on that topic, but I'll remind you guys as we get close to that section. So we'll do all that. Irregardless, usually I am your host, Hakeem Johnson, but I am not alone here tonight. I am not alone here for my newscast here. We have some special guests that are going to be helping me guide through this whole thing. This might be one of those long newscasts, but it's not like you guys have anything better to do, really. Come on, it's Hakeem. What else are you going to do? So, but nonetheless, I have some guests, and let me just go ahead and unmute myself to introduce them here. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me see here.
Okay.
All right. Discord is unmuted. So,
I'll find out.
we have you guys can hear me on the newscast, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. All right. Well, folks, I do have some guests here, and these won't be the only guests coming in. There'll be some others coming in and out of the room, if you will. But nonetheless, we'll start top to bottom. Introduce yourselves.
Well, I mean, you want me to introduce myself first. Hello, this is the voice of Jamal Bedlam, 1/3 of Negro Strong Style, and 1/3 of the white girl stealing Wi-Fi capital of the world.
No chill savage.
What's strong style?
Negro Strong Style.
Okay. I just wanted to
Blame
I just wanted
Adam.
to
It was his King of Trios team.
I just wanted to
Blame the man in the
It
call
wasn't
with us.
my idea.
Oh, it was Adam's idea.
No, it wasn't my idea.
I mean, it was technically me and Zahia's idea, but we ain't gonna go into that conversation.
All right, I'll take your word for it, I guess, man. All right, who else? Who else in the room?
Adam, Ryden, you two want to go, should I?
Well, I am the Pot Father. My name is Adam Jackpot. Welcome to this extremely important podcast tonight, where we're going to talk about some bad wrestling. I run Madhouse Entertainment, and welcome to Charlie Rose.
The madman of Madhouse himself, Adam Jackpot, here in the building today. Who's next?
I'll go. Everyone knows it's me, Hitkin Worldwide. Also, you know, behind me character James Needham, and also, you know, the owner and creator of the Worldwide Wrestling Alliance, which you can view on YouTube. We recently hit 100 subs.
Congratulations.
So I'll quickly put a toast to that.
Absolutely. He's done really fabulous work, too. since debuting in WWE. So go check that out on YouTube, by the way, if you haven't already, or
Hey,
subscribe
look,
to it.
Quick rise.
he hit 100 subs quicker than John did.
Aw, man, that's not fair. He's
Hey,
French.
go and get Black or someone.
He's French.
That
He
was a
can't
dig
help
at
it.
John.
He's French. He can't
John
help it,
has
man.
internet issues. It's not his fault.
Oh man,
Hey,
I had
John puts on top quality shows with FCWL, but
Yes, he does.
I will give Black Horse the well. I love how Ray saying the Manchester United mark. I wonder, is there any Matthew Haguris in the chat, or is he hiding from the earlier embarrassment of a football team he had earlier on today?
Oh, God.
Snap.
Oh God, let's let Gary introduce himself before we get out of hand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Gary.
Alright. What is up, party people? It's your boy, Gary Connell Jr., a.k.a. Rain682, a.k.a. the Midas Disciple, at your service, back at it again with the newscast, just to bring in some good tidings and just all around slander in a very nice fashion.
I like how everyone has their own.
That's the wrong thing.
I like how everyone has their own AKAs introducing themselves. It's like y'all are building levels to this shit apparently. But be that as that may, yeah. So we'll get to WrestleMania in a moment because I know there's going to be a lot of strong opinions about this road to WrestleMania that we've been blessed with this year. But I do want to talk. Before we get to anything like that, I do want to kind of address some certain things, and we'll get to that in a second. But I do want to bring up the fact that I know a lot of you guys have been kind of wondering what's been happening with HCW as of late, where the content's been and all that. Be that as that may, it's been nothing bad. It's been nothing of that nature. It's just been busy. I've been busy doing stuff outside of my my realm in my hands. I know you guys are asking through my DMs and all that stuff, but everything's fine. I'm just trying to balance things, if you will. But I can tell you that next week, expect some new, fresh HCW content. I will say that. The new episode of Excel should be out next week. I do promise that. That one I've been working on all week this week. So expect that. Some Big Shoot exclusives coming as well next week. So there you go. That's your update on HCW. Now, before we also do get to WrestleMania here, I feel like we do need to talk about this first of all. Okay? So we're going to switch here. Anyways. But yes, it is official. WWE NXT is moving to Tuesday nights. As you can see on the Forbes article here, NXT is moving to Tuesday nights as AEW wins a timeline, if you will. So that'll make certain people happy and some people angry. It is what it is at this point, but I'll go ahead and read some of the highlights from this article here. It says here, WWE NXT is officially moving to Tuesday nights following the 76th week of the Wednesday Night Wars against AEW, and after weeks of rumors that the developmental promotion wasn't long for Wednesday nights. So, get ready for the bullshit, folks, because here comes some quotes here. We are incredibly proud of our 3-decade partnership with WWE, and in extending USA's NXT deal, we are further establishing our portfolio as an unrivaled home for quality WWE content, said Francis Berwick, chairman of Entertainment Network. Yes, Universal. Oh, wait, it gets better, folks. By transitioning NXT to a Tuesday time slot where WWE has performed well in the past, we are giving our passionate fan base more of what they love with back-to-back nights of exhilarating live programming. This is fucking hilarious. This is. Let me see if I can get a few more here. Let me see. While history may remember this as NXT surrendering and ultimately losing the Wednesday Night Wars against AEW badly, it was the shutdown of the NBC Sports Network that acted as a catalyst for NXT to move Tuesday nights to accommodate NHL hockey. And if I go down here, yeah, what was meant to be a mercenary program to designate, to sabotage, and ultimately kill, AEW has rendered a tactical failure and a black eye for WWE. Not only did AEW ink a lucrative extension with Warner Media worth $75 million, NXT ultimately retreated as a national television competitor, saw steady growth, once unfathomable concept, following the demise of WCW. WWE NXT won just 5 weeks out of the first 30 in head-to-head total viewership, and wins remained few and far between as the once heated war persisted. As you take a look at this tweet right here from Brandon Thurston, who runs the WrestleNomics podcast as well, he reported the this week's ratings here. AEW Dynamite last night on TNT was watched by 700,000 viewers, the fewest since January 6th. It ranks number 7 on the day of cable in P18 to 49 with a rating of 0.26. WNXT on USA did 654K viewers. It ranks number 12 on the day on cable in P18 to 49 with the rating of 0.21. And that is going to be the final head-to-head battle before we have NXT's takeover next week in AEW Dynamite, which will be the final battle of this interesting Wednesday night war. So, here's the deal. I've made it very clear about the fact that this whole thing with NXT moving to Wednesdays or moving to USA Network was a counterattack for AEW landing on Wednesdays on TNT. And I've had idiots on here try to manipulate the narrative saying, oh, well, NXT was always on Wednesday nights. No shit. The fact of the matter was that NXT was on the WWE Network, a subscription-based service that you have to pay $9.99 to watch the program. But when AEW announced, because they wouldn't go against the NFL on Mondays, and on Fridays and Thursdays, and Tuesdays is NBA night on TNT anyways, Saturday's a dead slot, so Wednesday was the only reasonable day for them to be for Dynamite. So once that was announced that AEW was going to be on Dynamite for TNT, that's when all of a sudden NXT wanted to put the program on the USA Network, which would make them direct competitors. So I've had to explain this to people that are either not understanding what that meant or refuse to understand it because that would, destroy their narrative. So it all started on October 2019, and it will be ending in the matter of next week. I just gotta say, folks, what did you expect? Folks, the fact of the matter is that NXT, now I'm not a fan of NXT as in terms of where it is right now. I haven't been for a while, quite frankly, if you follow my personal Twitter. But there are some rare gems in there that make it all the worthwhile, I guess. But there is a certain energy with AEW since they've arrived on TNT, in most cases than not, that it is energy that is unmatched. And in wrestling and any form of entertainment, when you have unmatched energy, there's not much you can do about it. It's just too much momentum to where all you can do is stand there and let it be what it is until it completely tires itself out. And quite frankly, yes, this month in particular, the ratings for AEW haven't been all too impressive, but they're still hitting the top 10 rankings on their prerogative demographic, basically. And they're still beating the standard that TNT set to them prior to signing a contract with them. The fact that they even signed a 4-year extension automatically meant that NXT failed in their objective of what they wanted to do, and that was to put away AEW for good. Don't let anyone argue otherwise that NXT wasn't being put there other than to stop the progression of AEW. It failed. And that's why Triple H and Vince and all the executives on USA and NBC, Universal, they have to, cope. They have to use all this PR speak to try to justify them going back to Tuesdays, knowing that they're tucking their tails between the legs. They were the ones instigating this from the first place. It's no different when TNA back in 2010 wanted to go up against WWE Raw and got fucking massacred in the ratings to where they had to go back crawling to Thursday nights and try to make it seem like, oh, we heard the fans, we listened to the fans, and we're going back to Thursdays. Yeah, is that what happened, or is it the fact that you were getting 0.5 in the ratings and getting your ass thrashed by WWE Raw? This is basically the same energy when you look at it, but if anyone else have any thoughts about this topic, they are more than welcome to speak on it.
What, the failure of NXT to really knock AEW off its porch?
Yeah.
It's not really a surprise, nor is it something that I was exactly sitting in the background going, oh, I'm so happy about it. I'm kind of like, this was going to happen due to how the Fed likes to run things. And I get certain people may not be a fan of my opinions of the Fed, especially NXT, because I haven't been too happy with NXT since at least late 19, but that's a whole entire different conversation. AEW just has that different vibe that I don't think many shows have had in a long time. So it's nice and refreshing.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Writing on the wall for this, ladies and gentlemen, was from week 1. Seriously, the writing on the wall for this was from week 1.
Yeah.
Dynamite blew NXT out with a 1.4 million on their debut. And by the way, AEW's booking has been getting better. Can I be clear?
Absolutely.
But I think of like the start of AEW. I'm like, everyone says it. You know, you put it up on your Twitter feed. AEW's how do you put it? AEW's women's division at the start was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
How much have you mentioned and ranted on that? Hakeem, Raiden, Jamal. I'm like, it was bad, and like you look to that a few weeks ago with Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa, one of the fucking matches of the year,
Right.
which they put on. This week for me, this week's AEW was one of the best flowing shows I have ever watched.
Yeah.
Like seriously, like from Arcade Anarchy to to the Inner Circle versus Pinnacle thing, that's only going to get more and more ugly, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude.
There's going to be vengeance back, and there's going to be casualties and blood and fire. I think that's into their first War Games. I'll be clear. And War Games done right, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't have unlike Jamal and thing. The problem with NXT is it's become too, yeah, you do good matches, but I'm not really invested, in the storylines which you did in the past.
Yep.
When O'Reilly versus Cole, I'm not invested in it. I'm sorry, they've been at it in Ring of Honor and all that before. Why should I be invested in a Ring of Honor feud from 5 years ago? And that's not a dig at Kyle and Adam, because they're both great workers. But this shit was being done 5 years ago in Ring of Honor. When they were, enough beating the hell out of each other at Ring of Honor final battle. In a fight without honor for the title.
If we're gonna be honest.
Fighting rules at, I think it was Best in the World 2012?
That or Final Battle, but you might be right.
I know the fight without honor was at final battle.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Kind of speaks to a bigger problem, though.
Go ahead.
I don't think people really haven't picked up on yet. Notice that there's not exactly any homegrown talent on that brand.
No.
A lot of the talent that's on NXT have come from the independent promotions, the indie feds. The only homegrown talent that they have is Velveteen Dream, and the less I say about him, the better.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Adam could attest. Go ahead, Adam.
I was gonna say they have some I feel like Raquel is a homegrown talent.
Yeah, she is.
Raquel is a homegrown
That's fair.
talent. I will
That's
actually
fair.
say about him. That's fair.
They're pushing. I think her and Io is being well done.
As Raquel being an actual threat to Io, yeah. You can actually believe she might be the one to beat her next week.
She might finally beat Io.
Wow.
Although I think
Stand and Deliver, I think Stand and Deliver has a chance to be a very good 2-night show. The build hasn't been terrible, to be all fair. I mean, depending on what you think of the main of Cross and Finn, but that's.
No, I like Cross and Finn. That had to happen.
Well, it's a takeover. It's going to deliver basically on what it delivers you, which is great matches. It doesn't try to hide any other way of what it is usually. But I mean, going back to your point, if Raquel doesn't beat Io, I don't know who the hell does at this point. I think
Taya?
For me, it's either I think for me, I would go with Zaya Lee. I don't know.
Or her too.
I mean, yeah.
No, the person who deserves it, and this is me speaking here, and I'm going to say it because I could maybe see it be something controversial, maybe controversial. The person who should deserve to hold the NXT Women's title at least once. It's Dakota. Dakota should be here.
I'm sorry, can we get a clap for this man?
Yeah.
Well, but hasn't Io?
Oh, look, he shows
Dakota?
up.
But hasn't Io defeated like Dakota already for that title?
No, did they have a title match?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, they did.
Yeah, see, it's kind of like
Yeah.
it's kind
He's
of
literally.
it kind of mutes Io's reign if someone she's already beaten to retain the title beats her for it. It should be somebody that one has not challenged for that title and two hasn't even won it. So
Yeah.
Which is why I said Taya Valkyrie. And I know some people were looking at me going, oh god.
But then that goes back to your point, what you said before. Oh, look, it's all non-homegrown talent.
yeah.
Doing Raquel, you know, I go back to the first time we were seeing Raquel. She was in the Mae Young Classic. She was only there so that she could do a
She was
crazy-
green.
But she was there meant to only be giant tall lady that can do something cool for Casey Catanzaro. And now look at the progression. If she loses and they just give it to Taya, then they're just at that point giving in to name value, which it shouldn't always be. And since they're not going to be going up against Dynamite anymore on their own, they can hopefully go back to that NXT that they used to be, where they actually build stars and not just go off of what they can or who they are.
What do you have to lose at this point? You're going back to Tuesdays unopposed. You might as well build your brand back up to what people remember NXT to be. I mean,
It's
you're
also
not.
good.
Yeah. Yeah, go
Don't
ahead.
get me wrong.
It benefits everyone. Yeah, because
You're going. They're going back to Tuesdays with the tails between their legs.
but it doesn't matter. They're going to win. Everybody who doesn't watch, everybody on Wednesdays will be able to watch Dynamite then, and everybody who used to watch NXT will now be able to watch NXT.
Yeah.
I've never been into the whole war thing because everybody loses in the end.
Which is fair.
It was fine for a while, but once it started developing a certain pattern that you were starting to see almost every month, then it started to become, well, at this point, we're splitting an audience which is already dwindling within the wrestling fan base, so we're not really progressing anywhere, and if AEW keeps winning most of the Wednesdays anyways, why is NXT still there? They might as well move. So, I don't know. Well, here's the thing. We might as well talk about this takeover because I do have some opinions about it. I will say this because I do give takeover credit. I might not like the weekly NXT stuff because I just don't. But the takeovers always deliver. I never say that they don't. Even though I do feel the takeovers lately haven't.
Can I
been
give a hot
all
take?
quality. Yeah.
Can I give a hot take? And I want to see if people disagree with me in the call or in the chat on this. Is it me or is NXT very similar to Impact?
Honestly, I got a bigger thing.
Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this.
What are you talking
Alright,
about?
go for it.
You can miss in like I usually just recap. You know, because I'm in the UK, I usually recap on Impact. You know, via YouTube and all that. Mm-hmm. But it's like there's nothing really special going on with Impact. You know, when it comes to the weekly shows.
No.
Same with
I only
NXT.
watch Impact for Kenny Omega.
There you go. He's not a little.
Same with. Well, that's the thing. Omega's the thing, but like it's like you only watch Impact. You know, for that. Can I be clear?
Right.
But like you don't. There's nothing really memorable. And it's same with NXT on Wednesdays. It's like there's nothing really memorable, you know, on the TV episodes. However, when Impact do their Impact Plus specials, and especially the pay-per-views, they always hit it out the park. I've always enjoyed the Impact pay-per-views, so I always thought it well worth my money.
Well, to Adam's point, I think with NXT going to Tuesdays now, they can go back to being what they were. And I think, and you would think with Impact going to Thursdays, and we'll get to Impact, in a few minutes, but you want to think that them going to Thursdays is going to make them engage into actually improving their creative because, man, it's I really don't try to hate on Impact, but it's without the partnerships and without certain talent that pop over there, there's really no buzz with that show right now. And I have to be honest with you, with a lot of Impact fans
Unfortunately.
and it's unfortunate because a lot of Impact fans are trying to be delusional. Not all of them, but some of them are being delusional, thinking, well, AEW just isn't a draw. Kenny Omega just can't draw. And it's like, dude, Bro, if Impact were on TNT, they would do everything that AEW is doing right now to get those numbers. I don't see how
Yep.
shitting on AEW's numbers means that Impact somehow has more of an upside. As long as they stay on Axis, and as long as Anthem doesn't care enough to really put any money and effort into it, they're on a standstill. There is no momentum either way. They just know what they are. They're basically, I hate to say it, I'm going to piss off some Impact fans a little bit here, but it's become a glorified feeder system for the big three promotions. That's basically what Impact is
Unfortunately,
right now.
dude. Unfortunately, and I'm a big Impact fan just like you. But
I like
yeah.
it. Yeah, I like Impact
Yeah, I
too.
agree.
But the honesty,
Yeah.
it's the facts are the facts right now, dude. If Kenny Omega, if Don Callis, if this AEW and New Japan partnership weren't in that show right now, what would you really be talking about with that show? And I watch
That
this
is
show
true.
most weeks,
You know what?
so there you go. You know,
Yeah.
Impact is becoming, and yes, Impact, my beautiful company Impact, is becoming what they did to ROH back in like 2005.
yeah, and ROH, the shocker of all shocks, they're making a slight uptick coming off of their pay per view.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Thank you, anniversary.
Show was pretty alright.
Oh yeah.
They've been on the rise since the pure title tournament.
Well, they've gone back to
yeah.
a more pure style of show base, which I think is what was desperately needed. They still definitely need a name, but you know, ROH is a whole different subject. We're bouncing around.
yeah,
El
and,
Idolo.
yeah. But going back to NXT though. So the Takeover show. So I'll just go off some quick predictions here, but I have to assume Raquel's winning next week. It makes no sense for all this build you've done for her, not for her to win next
Yeah.
week. I think Io's title reign, it's gotten enough of a length to where you can drop it now, and hopefully
Yeah.
you would have Io maybe get called up. But then again, I probably don't want her to. But
Oh.
but
Same here,
ideally, Raquel should win it here next week, or else one, who the fuck's beating Io, and two, what do you do with Raquel later on? And then I will say, and then also if Raquel wins it, you already got Raquel and Dakota right there, so it makes sense. And then also Finn and Cross. I know the convention is to say Cross should win it here, but Finn's been on fire, and I don't know
Yeah.
if you want to get that title off him yet. I think you wait till SummerSlam to really do that.
I'm going Finn. I'm going Finn over Cross.
Yeah, I don't even. I like Cross. I think his presence, the way he speaks, the way he carries himself, is really something missing in that brand, little in that company. But Finn has been arguably, honestly, this title reign he's had, to me, has been better than his first title reign. That's just me. But
I agree.
I think Finn is on a hot streak to where you keep it here for now. And then you if you want to do a rematch maybe a month or two later, fine. But I think Finn is doing good business to where you don't have to immediately take the title off him. And then Cole O'Reilly. Well, look, I mean, if you want to make a new star, right? If you want to make a new guy, you go with Kyle here, right? If you want Cole to make a run back to main event status, you have him win. I think, however, the key to this match will be Bobby Fish. I think whatever he might do,
You're right.
I think whatever he might do in this match, I'm just speculating, but whatever he may do in that match will ultimately decide how this will finish. Because he's been quiet since this whole breakup has started.
Or there's Roderick Strong, who just quit the last NXT episode.
Yeah, but I mean, you would expect Roderick to have some involvement, but the question is, well, whose side is he on? You know, do you form again, Redragon? Do you let this this Future Shock feud continue? There's a lot of ways you can go with this Undisputed Era split, is what I'm getting at. And I know a lot of people have been saying
Undisputed Era is finally over.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been saying that Adam Cole, his contract might be running out this year. Apparently, I believe he has 2 more years left. So
Yeah, he has 2 more years from what I read on the sheets.
Yeah. So I don't think he signed any of the original the 5-year extension. So he's still on his original 3. So, he still has years left, but you got to ask yourself, if Cole doesn't win here, what do you do next? Where do you go from here on in, with NXT? Do you call him up? So, I don't know. I mean, and then
I do have a question about this match. They haven't done one in a while, and I don't believe Takeover is going to be in front of fans. I think it's still going to be at the Capitol Wrestling Center.
Yep.
yeah,
Do you think this is cinematic?
I hope not.
No.
No.
It
God,
don't.
no.
It don't really need to be, considering those two can.
No, it's an unsanctioned match, and those two can
wrestle their
really
asses
work.
off.
But I'm saying you don't think they might want. I mean, who knows? They could do it with the Orton deal, but they haven't said anything for that. But you don't think they? Okay,
No,
think
they
about.
will.
I'm just saying WWE likes to counteract, likes to do a lot of like quick decision. Oh, that was really cool. Let's try and do that. The Sting match that he had, very, very cool. I think it had a lot of high praise. You don't think they think, oh, that did very well. Why not we try something like that?
It would be stupid because it was a different story.
It
It'd be copying. It'd be copying.
But it's not like
It'd
they've
be
never.
called out for copying.
It's not like they've never not done that before.
No, Adam, you're right. I'm not saying they wouldn't go there. I'm just saying, just do a traditional match. It's not like these two can't do it. You know, I don't think. I think a cinematic approach to it, and maybe just me because I wasn't a fan of the Gargano Ciampa one, but I'm sick. I'm really mostly sick of cinematic matches at this point. And even though Sting had
I
a
understand.
great, cinematic match over at Revolution, I'm over it. I'm back. I'm ready for the fans to come back. I'm ready for us to go back to more of the traditional way of wrestling. I think Cole and O'Reilly don't need a cinematic match to carry themselves. They can tell a story without cinematic effects and all this other stuff. Not saying that they won't do it, to your point, but I just feel they don't need it. I just think
Because it's
briefly
Go ahead, Jamal. Jamal, go ahead.
to briefly interrupt. I agree with the sentiment that I don't think they need it. They're good enough to not have to rely on the cinematic gimmick compared to certain other performers who could benefit from that gimmick. But, that's really their choice at the end of the day. They could do it, and not really going to be much of a death blow to me. Probably not going to watch it anyway, but it's none of my business here or there.
For me, it's more like it's called an unsanctioned match. What are they going to do that's going to be so that's going to be different from a regular street fight?
I don't think that you need to. I don't think you need to cinematic this match. I'm with Hakeem on this. These two are great.
Yeah.
One thing you cannot take away from Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole, baby, is that they're great workers. They've been great
They know
workers
each
now
other
for.
so well.
Yeah, they've been through the scene with each other. What is this now? 10 years near enough of these two together. It's been almost a decade with these two.
No, my issue isn't the match itself. I think again, it's Cole, it's O'Reilly, it's again, it's a few.
You want to know how far they're going to take it in a sense. That's where.
That's going to make this match stand out. Again, they don't do blood, so that can't work, which is the whatever, I guess. And the Capitol Wrestling Center is such a small place. I want to know what's going to make this street fight very cool.
Oh, I hope they go all the way through the Capital One Wrestling Center. I hope they fucking break that building into half.
What are they going to do that's going to top what Gargano and Ciampa have done in the past?
It wouldn't be that. I mean, it wouldn't be that. I don't think it would be hard because O'Reilly, I think I've said this before, O'Reilly is like, out of all the Undisputed Era guys, he's the best wrestler, in my opinion. And,
most definitely.
Agreed.
And Cole's the most charismatic. He's the guy who can tell the story. So you put those two factors together. I think honestly, they can go all. I think they're going to go all in on this. I think if the Thunder Rosa Britt Baker thing left anything to be desired, they're going to try to overreach. I think they're going to go more so towards that approach than the Sting approach. That's why I don't think a cinematic style match is really in their favor, because I think they're just going to go balls deep into everything. I think you're going to see a lot of blood, you're going to see a lot of strikes, you're going to see a lot of just... you're going to see a fight. I think if you're going to build this up as an unsanctioned fight, we need to see a fight. I'm not here for multiple finishing spams. I'm not here for this and that. I'm here for a fight, and that's what this match needs to be. And if they can do it properly, this could arguably be the best match for WWE stakes, at least, of the year. I truly do believe that.
I can agree with that because if you've seen like Cole and O'Reilly's stuff in Ring of Honor, you'd know they do really good stuff together.
Yeah, Future Shock. I mean, that's they're accustomed to each other basically. So there's something to be told there if you do it correctly. But I think the melodramatic way of things, I am hoping, and I know, look, you're gonna get it at WrestleMania, so I would at least not would like it to be here. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, far be it from me when Jones tried to get me out of Twitter when I was talking about how NXT was turning into a main roster brand 2 years ago, and fucking Jones were trying to fucking get me out of Twitter as if I said something so sacrilegious. And here we are in 2021, and like, how am I wrong? Like, after everything that's gone on in that brand, how am I fucking wrong at this point? So, I mean,
You're right.
I think here's the thing. I think this takeover, if they do everything properly, if they don't try to overthink and overreach and overdo stuff, this could potentially be their best takeover in a while, in my opinion. But they need to hit their targets properly, or else it's just going to be another dichotomy of modern NXT. I go back. I mean, look, people think I hate NXT, and it's like, I really didn't. Like, early NXT to me was some of the best stuff I used to watch. I remember back with Sami Zayn and Adrian Neville and Bo Dallas and all those guys over there, Cesaro and Cassius Ohno, and even Kevin Owens during his era there, Samoa Joe. Okay, it's not like I didn't hate. Yeah, Sami Zayn, when he won the title, when he fought Nakamura, when Nakamura made his debut here. It's like, I did like NXT, but something happened to where it became no longer a very organic brand like other brands have been now. I said this week during Dynamite too. The reason why AEW has won a lot of these matches against NXT is because AEW, for all the things that they do great, and even things that they do that are wrong, the one thing that cannot be denied is that AEW is fun. AEW is just a fun company to watch. It's like, go back to the days of the Attitude Era. It was fun. The Monday Night Wars, Nitro, and Raw, even ECW, like, they were fun programs to watch. That's what a lot of people go back to with AEW. Have you go through all the times when Dynamite airs about how many people say AEW brought me back to watching wrestling? I've seen them. I'm one of them. Fuck, I'm one of them. I was getting ready to fucking leave wrestling in 2019 at the start of 2019. I was so sick of WWE's nonsense. I was sick of the way Impact was starting to go downhill. And I was just like, you know what, fuck this, man. I think wrestling has passed me by. I'm done with this shit. And then AEW starts coming in, and even though I was skeptical in the beginning, I eventually came around and said, wow, they actually are doing shit right. They are actually not insulting my intelligence. And I have to cheer for them. They're the underdogs here. I have to cheer for this company and other companies like them. Because I'd rather have a company that is near perfect, despite what people say otherwise, than have an entire monopoly of a company that just are there coasting for a paycheck. So, you know, we'll see. I mean, the Wednesday Night Wars are coming to a close, thank God, honestly. Now you'll have wrestling every day of the week, basically now, with NXT on Tuesdays, and, AEW on Wednesdays, and also Impact on Thursdays. And speaking of Impact, which will be my next topic here, let's get to that Impact news here. Impact has now moved to the traditional night on Thursday, starting April 8th, which will be next week. Impact released a press statement about it, saying Impact Wrestling confirmed today that its weekly flagship TV show Impact will return to its traditional Thursday night time slot beginning on April 8th. The fastest-paced show in professional wrestling will now air at 8 p.m. and every Thursday on Access TV. The return of Impact to its traditional night will be marked by a massive main event, and that main event is in the inaugural Impact on April 8th. Will feature the Impact match debut of All Elite Wrestling World Champion Kenny Omega, who will team with the Good Brothers that will take on a 6-man main event match against Impact World Champion Rich Swann, former Impact World Champion Eddie Edwards, and former X Division Champion Willie Mack. So that's So that's going to be the main event for Impact's return to Thursdays next week. Brandon Thurston also reported as well about Impact. Now, there was a bit of a controversy about Impact's ratings this week, by the way. But Impact Wrestling on Tuesday was viewed by 149,000 viewers total, and P18 to 49, the show had 47,000 viewers, which would come to the normal .04 rating. There was something about the fact that it was reported earlier in the week that they actually did 37,000 viewers in total as their viewership, and people were thinking, holy shit, they went from the high 100s to a 37,000? That had to be really bad, and people were just losing their shit, losing their mind, and then it was corrected, obviously, that the real number was that they actually had an increase in their rating this week, and that rating was, I believe, for the Impact and 60 show that follows after Impact. So that was all that stuff. Now, be that as that may, look, Impact Wrestling, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier here, but I have watched Impact from the beginning, okay? June 2002, okay? My parents are paying for the weekly pay-per-views and all that stuff, okay? So, I've been following Impact since the get-go, from the beginning, all the way back to the Asylum, all the way back to the Nashville Fairgrounds, all that stuff, okay? I watch them now, and look, there are a few gems there, okay? I like Moose. I like the fact that there's people like, Eric Young doing his whole group, Violent by Design. I think that's pretty cool. Fire and Flavor, they are very charismatic. There are certain things about Impact to like. But the company and the show overall, to me, as of late, has been very, very on cruise control. It's been very stagnant. And I have to always confront Impact fans, some of them, because they seem to think that I'm just hating on Impact, and it's really not. The fact of the matter is that if you take away Kenny Omega, if you take away the AEW partnership, if you take away the New Japan partnership, if you take away Finn Juice, if you take away all these other things, what does Impact have right now? What is Impact Wrestling's identity? Like, if I go buy to buy with each of the other promotions, I can tell you their identity, right? WWE is sports entertainment. AEW is the new age form of wrestling. MLW, it's a more, boxing, hybrid style, boxing, MMA style of presentation of wrestling. Ring of Honor, it's pure grappling. It's pure professional wrestling in the ultimate sense. NWA, it's an old school throwback. New Japan, it's a sports-centric presentation. I can tell you all the identities that all those promotions have. What's Impact's? And even now in 2021, I still can't answer that question because they don't know. And if they don't know, I don't know. And it's like...
It's a sitcom.
It's a bad sitcom. It's like... It's like... I don't know. It's like... I'm not saying Impact has to be super serious like a Ring of Honor. What I am asking, though, is that... Can I get a creative in Impact that doesn't just make up stuff to pop themselves in the back? The boys love that one in the back. Oh, it was funny backstage with the crew. It's like, bro, what do you want to be? Do you want to be a promotion that wants to start creeping back up to prominence in national wrestling? Or do you just simply want to be where you want to be, which is a feeder to companies like WWE, AEW, and New Japan? Because that's what it is at this point. And the only time Impact has gotten a buzz was the first time was last year when all those WWE releases happened during the pandemic and some of them came to Impact for Slammiversary. And then obviously the other one was now with AEW and New Japan. It's never been their own buzz. It's been other things outside of their company that's gotten their buzz. And it's not a long-term sustainable thing to do. So I hope the move to Thursdays makes them realize, dude, you guys got to start stepping your game up. Like, being good isn't good enough anymore. You got to start doing things to really separate yourself from the pack, or else, look, I still retain that Impact is number 3 here in North America, behind WWE and AEW. I think Impact is a solid number 3. But there's a difference between WWE and AEW in terms of ranking. There's a difference between AEW and Impact in their rankings. I don't know if I can say that with Impact and the likes of, say, ROH and MLW. Because they're cooking right now. They're actually doing things that are really...
MLW.
MLW pulled, what was it? I believe 4K viewers on YouTube this week for the big title fight.
Yeah, they were saying never.
When they had Tankman and Jacob Fatu, who is My God, when his MLW contract is up, that motherfucker right there is going to be the hottest free agent in wrestling.
Absolutely. Jacob Fatu will definitely be...
That is a freak of fucking nature, ladies and gentlemen.
I guarantee everyone, every promotion is going to be giving them high six-figure contracts as offers. So, like, I don't see how you couldn't. I don't see how you couldn't. Like, I think MLW realizes that, which is why they're getting the most out of him right now. I don't know when his contract's up, but people like him, Hammerstone, even Calvin Tankman as of late too. I think those guys, they have a lot of upside when their contracts get put up. And frankly, Impact does have great talent that I could definitely see going elsewhere too. You know, like the deal is, I know that Jordan Grace, her contract's up this summer, somewhere around May or June. I think Jordan's contract's gonna come up, and she hasn't really committed to Impact publicly either. So that will lead you to believe that she's starting to make plans post Impact. You know, Chris Bay. That's another one. I know he's currently injured, I guess, but he's another one. He's an easy one. That's an easy one. That he'll be one of those guys that'll be in WWE or NXT or AEW and all those kind of stuff. But the question is, what does Impact want to be, and how does Impact regain their momentum? Because right now, it feels like they're running in place. Which is fine if you want to. If you want to be that company that stays the course, you just want to be there to get talent ready for the next step. If you want to put some stories so that way they have jobs and they don't have to be unemployed and all that stuff. Cool. There's a place in wrestling for that. But it seems like Impact fans want them to be more than that, and it seems like certain Impact talent want them to be more than that. But it's like they're on a safe network like Access, which barely people watch. And Anthem isn't even putting up the effort, let alone the money, to get them towards the next step. So it feels like they're just stagnated right now, and it sucks because that's just going to only give people more. It's going to only give them more of a reason to not do enough to where Impact needs to be. Because I feel like there's a lot of talent, like I mentioned, the Jordans and the Chris Bays and the Deonna Purrazzo's even, that once their contracts are up, man, they're going to get swooped. And if Impact doesn't have enough of an enticement of money or security to keep them, they're going to leave. And that's just a simple fact of the matter. So Impact fans need to chill the fuck out, because I'm not trying to say that if they don't feel like this AEW partnership has been beneficial, then fine, we could argue about the details about that, I guess. But to say that it hasn't helped Impact, come on. To say it hasn't helped Impact or it hasn't done anything for Impact's business, it's like, dude, what business does Impact have? I'm not even trying to shit on Impact. It's just like, dude, this is the most buzz that Impact's gotten in a while. So how are we shitting on AEW for trying to at least work with them? Okay, would I like more things within this partnership? Fine, you can argue that, but say that they haven't done business for you, saying, oh, well, Impact were doing those numbers before AEW showed up. It's not just about the ratings. You're on Access. Okay? You're not going to get canceled on Access at this point, okay? It's about the visibility. It's about the imagery. It's about the brand building. That's the point. You guys can go ahead.
Mind if I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I feel like I've been pretty silent. Just want to hear everyone's thoughts. Okay. For me, okay, I've watched Impact. I've been with Impact since was like 05-ish. I watched a little bit of it, like in demand days. I know I'm old, whatever. But yeah, just hearing what you're saying, Hakeem. Yeah, I had to just. I don't know what it is with you, man. It's like the whole thing with NXT, the more you were saying things, I agree. And now that you're saying things with Impact, I'm like, damn. That's right. What identity does Impact have? I mean, no matter what, I'm still going to watch, but it's like, yeah, I just feel like they're not getting big as they used to. You know, especially like for me at least, when they got big again, like in mid-2018, especially with the whole Edwards Callahan thing with the accidental baseball bat to the eye. Mm-hmm. It's like, wow. I mean, the Baltimore Massacre they had at I believe it was Hard to Kill.
Hard to Kill, yeah.
That was dope. That was really dope. But it didn't, gain that much buzz that Omega and Callis had.
Yeah.
And I feel like right now that's their lifeline. Well, not only that's not their only lifeline, but they're just now that FinJuice are the new Impact Tag Champs. They're finally getting buzzed in New Japan, and like you said, without those two, they're basically like unidentifiable-ish. Aside from pretty good segments and pretty good action, I mean, no matter what, you never say bad about the action. But it's like, damn. And like you said, I'm really hoping when they land on Thursday, they actually find more of identity than what the other companies have. And yes, like you, I have been not liking NXT nowadays, but they do actually kind of have an identity over Impact. And it hurts me to say, but nowadays, I gotta let the truth hit me more, no matter how I feel about it. And accept it. So,
hey man,
with Impact moving to Thursdays, I hope they do well. That's all.
Hey man, before I let anyone get their opinions off, look man, I'm not even trying to wish failure on Impact. I really am not. Okay, I've been a fan of this company.
No.
Yeah, I know you guys are. I'm just saying, like, I do want them to succeed because I never wish for any company to go under. As much as I have my issues with WWE, I never said that they should go out of business or I'm waiting for them to die. Every promotion out there has their place. I want this company. I want every company. I want this industry to thrive, damn it. All right? Why do you think I say what I say and say things that people necessarily may not like? Because of the fact of the matter is we've been coddled. We've coddled too many companies and talent and even some of the fans thinking that this shit is the standard. Like, this shit is, like, great. It's not, dude. Like, look, I can appreciate AEW doing great stuff. I can appreciate New Japan or Noah or Stardom or Tokyo Joshi Pro doing good stuff here and there. But this industry overall, it's dwindling. All right? We'll get to WrestleMania in a moment here, but it's dwindling, okay? And the fact of the matter is that I expect better from this industry because this industry has been better, okay? So I'm not going to accept fucking mediocrity. If you people, not you guys, but if some of y'all want to accept it as the mediocrity that it is, go for it. Don't be surprised when the ratings all across the board and the visibility of wrestling in general continues to go downward to where it becomes truly a niche product. It's a niche product now, which is sad, which is why it baffles me why WWE continues to try to gain these invincible casual audiences or the invincible mainstream acceptance that's never going to come truthfully for them. It's a niche product that people are always going to look upon as wrestling. And that includes WWE. But anyways, if you guys want to chime in anywhere else.
Wrestling.
Sweaty Vincent's muscle contention.
That's disgusting.
Bruh.
Jesus Christ.
I was drinking water too.
Wrestling.
Yeah!
Wrestling is a carny sport. From the very beginnings of it to the tail end of it, wrestling has always been carny. Not really much you can do about it. There's not really much we can do about the fact that, it's a very niche thing to even go into. Even as you're a fan of it and you enjoy it, it's kind of like, oh, hey, if I say I enjoy wrestling out loud to too many certain people, oh, God, here we go. Mm-hmm. Wrestling's fake. We're going to hear this conversation again, and it's kind of like, I get it. Let me enjoy my shit. But it's hard for me to enjoy my stuff when it's not exactly complimenting my enjoyment. Like, the passion I have for wrestling is really dwindling a lot quicker than I would even imagine it is on my end. And then I see the cluckery that is certain wrestlers getting mad over tier list. Oh my God!
Oh God!
Oh no!
You're getting mad
really?
about being placed at $1.
Right.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Had she went to Twitter and she said, "You better spend 15 of your dollars on 15 versions of me,
Oh,
or
I know
you
what you're
fucking up,"
calling.
she would have been good. She would have been all good. I'd have gave her a thumbs up and everything, but she just went on Twitter and complained about it.
Yeah.
Why are you complaining about a tier list?
Yeah.
It's monotonous. They could have put anybody on there except you. But they didn't. They put you on there. But you're not exactly doing anything to impress anybody. Now, is that your fault? No. It's the people who book you, and book you to the point where no one cares about you. Even with this tag team thing with Tamina. Do I look like I care
just
about
don't book you at
Natalia and
all.
Tamina?
Oh, damn.
Look, Natalia is a very good wrestler. The problem with Natalia is she is boring as bricks. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I could stop her in a brick wall and I probably wouldn't notice.
You wouldn't notice the difference.
Would notice her.
And it's sad because, all the stuff she's doing with her sister is the most interesting thing she's done.
Fuck yeah.
And that might be that might be the perverted person in me talking, but it is what it is. I like
We're all
tits.
guys here, man. It is what it is.
I like tits. I mean, what can I say?
Ah.
And I mean, so does Big E, but we're gonna leave that conversation alone.
Hey man. Hey man.
Damn, Jalal.
Hey man, I let you cook, man. I didn't think you were gonna, let the flames get higher or nothing like that, man. All right. God damn.
Look, I gotta tell the truth.
Hey, you're not wrong though.
Yeah.
Hey, shout outs to Jenny though.
Hey.
Shout outs to her though.
Hey, man. Holla.
All right, but the fact of the matter is though that okay, so here's my with Impact, hopefully, they realize they can use this momentum to get better because I don't want Impact. I know there were talks about Impact trying to get bought out by Tony Khan. I don't see that happening. I haven't heard anything like that.
That's the fanboys.
Yeah, I don't think that's ideal unless there's no other option otherwise. But yeah, I hopefully Impact because I know they have the talent. They have the talent in there in that company. They have the talent and they have the right minds in that company to where they can put things together and make it work. It's just a matter of they can make it work. And in this industry right now with so many multiple alternatives, I mean, it's going to be a fight. But then again, we're in a wrestling civil war, so I mean, it's just basically you're gonna have to pick and choose where you pick your spots and however you do it. So, but be that as that may. By the way, are they still doing commentary?
Yeah, they're on a long one.
Huh?
I believe they're still doing it. Yeah, they are still doing it.
Damn, how long is it?
Let me see how long they've got left.
Yeah,
I'll ask them.
Okay, well, irregardless, let's see here. Irregardless, now we get to it. Now we get to the how do we put this? The pinnacle of sports entertainment, if you will. We get to. I know.
You mean
that is hilarious.
You mean the
The show
joke?
that has Bad Bunny and Logan Paul on is the pinnacle of sports entertainment, people.
Can we not mention that fucking dickhead's name?
What are you talking about? That's the highlight of the whole show.
Rick, don't do this, bro.
Yo, Rick, get the fuck out.
Don't do
Get
this.
the fuck out.
Oh, man.
You know what?
Real quick, I just want to say, real quick, though, at least it's not Jake Paul.
Okay, true, he's right. He's right on that.
I'll be that nutty guy. I agree, because the sheer fact of the matter is, Logan Paul will probably get more buzz than most of the roster will. So, I mean...
Rick's right. Hey, that's true, though.
Look at Pitbull, yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, okay.
Listen, WrestleMania this year is literally three things. Logan Paul, Bad Bunny, and the Daniel Bryan meme where he keeps getting added to all the matches.
Hey, I love that
Bryan's
meme,
getting
by the way.
pinned. That's the only reason he's in that match, but we'll get onto that later.
All right, well let's
Daniel Bryan is getting added to this podcast.
let's talk. No. Let's talk about some things before we actually get to the card. Then, so WrestleMania 37, as you know, is coming up next week. Apparently, there's going to be a WrestleMania week. I don't have the full schedule here, but apparently, I'll just do this off memory here. So, Monday will be Raw, and then Tuesday will be the Hall of Fame for both the 2020 and 2021 classes, which I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll see how that goes on Peacock. Wednesday will be NXT on USA. Thursday will be NXT on Peacock. Friday will be SmackDown, which has already been taped. Next week, SmackDown has already been taped for this week, so there won't be any like live content or anything like that. And then Saturday and Sunday will be a 2-night WrestleMania, which... okay, listen to me, wrestling business, industry, listen to me. Stop doing fucking 2+ night shows. All right? It's not just WWE.
Agreed.
It's New Japan too. All right? With Wrestle Kingdom. I'm tired of this new trend of fucking... Here's my thing. I'm a little old school in the sense that WrestleMania is supposed to be the night where everything that has culminated throughout the year, where everything that has been built up, should all come together that night, which is usually on a Sunday.
Yeah.
So when you do that, does that mean certain people are going to be left out? Yes. Does that mean certain feuds won't be on the main card? Yes. But the fact of the matter is that the main feuds, the main rivalries that have been built up to this moment, to where you feel that they can draw and they can gain interest, where a lot of people are there for that reason, yes, they belong on the main show. I don't need a 2-night show or event to where you're gonna just add matches. And look at what look at what they've done with this WrestleMania, this road to WrestleMania this year. A lot of this shit's filler, and even some of the matches that are some of the matches that are gonna deliver that night, anyways, in terms of in-ring quality. There's no fucking story to it, and any story that's behind it has either been rushed, or has either been undermined, or doesn't even fucking exist. Okay, so that's what you get with 2-night stuff. And honestly, New Japan isn't free from this shit as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't think Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh my God, yeah.
I don't think Wrestle Kingdom this year was better than last year's, for my personal taste at least. And I just think that when you try to add too many filler, this is what results into a 2-night show. Because at least with a 1-night show, it'll be 3 to 4 hours. Everyone understands 3 to 4 hours. You get your best matches and your best rivalries in that event, and you call it a night, and you build for the next WrestleMania. When you do 2 nights, it makes it seem like they are not in a rush to make an actual card worth buying or paying attention to, because they'll just add shit. Look at what they fucking did. We'll get to the cards momentarily, but look what they did to fucking. They pop up Rhea Ripley out of fucking nowhere. You haven't seen her since the fucking Rumble. She comes out of fucking nowhere and says, "I want title shot, Asuka. Give me title shot." Okay. And then fuck it. That's it for just 2 weeks now. So now, just so Asuka can get a match at WrestleMania. It's like, why? It's like, fucking why? So,
Although I think the only reason that even happened is because Charlotte got hit with the COVID.
Rona.
There's a lot more beyond that, though, than COVID.
That's true, but...
there's a lot more than COVID beyond the Charlotte thing. There's no real, Jamal, my brother, there's no real way to sugarcoat that shit.
I'm really polite like Suge Knight. I'm gonna leave it hanging on the balcony.
Not to mention with this whole 2-night thing, people gotta work. Like, seriously.
Yeah, man.
Like, you got 2 nights. You got 2 nights of this, which is cool and all. If it was something else, maybe it'll be good. But like I said previous, people got to work.
Yeah, man. Bro.
And it also depends on people with... Sorry about that.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Kim.
All right. It's also the thing about it is this. It's not just the fact that people have to work. It's the fact of if you can even get to the show on time. Because remember, our wonderful people in America thought it'd be great to put it on Peacock, of course, with a time limit.
Yeah, that's another thing too. This is going to be the official. This is going to be the official event where Peacock will be now the primary way to watch WWE events going forward. So Fastlane was basically the test run to see how everything's going to go and how about that. WrestleMania now will be the official event between this WWE Peacock relationship, which, I'm not really a fan of it, quite frankly, at the moment. But here's the thing. The thing with this is that I get it. I get it because the WWE Network, ultimately, if you want to be honest, failed. if you want to like really get into the whole specifics of it, it didn't do nearly the business that it should have. And I even knew this was going to be the case because look, WWE is a niche product, despite what people will tell you otherwise. Yeah, people remember wrestling back in the day, but in terms of modern aspects of the company, record revenues be damned, it's still a niche product. So when you do a WWE Network, you're only going to attract the hardcore fans into buying it. And the simple fact of the matter is that the fact that you only got 1.4, I believe, million subscribers, and that's worldwide. All right? So imagine people not just here in the U.S., but in the UK, India, Canada, and other places where the WWE Network is available. You're only able to get 1.4 million subscribers worldwide? That's terrible.
I don't subscribe to the network. I'll fully admit it.
Cash Me Outside Girl got more subscribers to her freaking OnlyFans than the Fed does at the network.
Is that good or bad? Is that good or bad?
Oh my lord!
Dr. Phil would like to speak with you.
No, there will be no Dr. Phil invites on this podcast. That will not happen. Parental advisory be damned. But the thing is, though, so of course I get it. Vince. Here's the thing with Vince. He's getting old, like really old. So he's got to start. Really? I mean, I know, shocker, I know, but he's got to make plans. He's got to make moves now because he's not going to be around here longer. Which, unfortunately, is going to be the case. But he's got to make moves now. So one of the moves is that you sell the WWE Network to Peacock, your parent company with NBC Universal. So that way they're going to be able to control the content. And again, it goes back to my point that if people don't think the WWE can't be bought out in the future once Vince is gone, one way or the other, you're tripping. Because I feel like Vince, to me, and I might not be the only one, but to me, it feels like the moves that Vince are making as of late, it feels as if Vince doesn't trust Stephanie and to a more extent Triple H to run it like he would when he's gone. And it feels like Vince is sending a lot of WWE's content to the Peacock network and, you know, Universal in general, because it might be the transition for Vince to sell the WWE one day. And honestly, it may not come anytime soon, but I do believe it's a possibility that a conglomerate or a company, I thought it would be Disney, quite frankly, but it could be Universal at this point too. But the fact that, but hey, my thing is, I said it, dude. I believe that WWE will be bought out by a company. I don't think it'll be a McMahon-led company when Vince is gone. I think Triple H and Stephanie will be figureheads of it. I think they'll be like public figureheads to where they may seem they're in charge, but other than that, I don't see them to where they're going to be actually leading the business side of things. That'll be a Disney or a fucking NBC Universal doing all that.
Mickey Mouse wins the WWE Championship by pinning Seth Rollins in the middle of the ring.
And I would accept it.
Man.
But the most over Rollins got, considering his current gimmick.
That's right.
Have you heard about the Door to Darkness?
I mean, I'm not even trying to disrespect. I'm not even trying to disrespect Seth, but God, he needs something. Cause like, hey, did anyone see SmackDown this week?
No. The fuck?
Yeah, he had a good suit on. I saw it.
No, he had a good suit on, but what was embarrassing was that one of the instead of how they have the achievements and all that. And I remember Jamal memeing about it. I know Jamal made a meme about it. You know exactly what
he was married to Becky Lynch.
And I'm like, so wow, so that's now like his ultimate achievement, being married to Becky Lynch. I'm like, damn,
man, the heist of the century
that far.
Becky Lynch is more important than the height of the century.
Hold on. You're talking about the man who cashed in at WrestleMania in the main event, the man who's a two-time WWE champion, two-time Universal champion, and the only accomplishment they can think of is, oh yeah, he's married to Becky Lynch.
Wow.
That speaks volumes about your credentials, but
look. All I'm gonna say is, oh, I got your testicles, and you look like you got a small picker down there.
Why have you been?
Hello, Seth. You want to come into the door of darkness?
Yo, when the fuck has become a Mickey Mouse Club podcast, bro? Enough out of you people.
Disney has bought ACW and the Keemcast.
Fight me right now. Fight me right now, man. I will beat your fucking ass to the internet, man.
Hey, look. If Disney does that, then I need reparations for getting whipped as a slave.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
My God.
Hey, man.
The Paradigm Foundation sell out to Disney.
Hey, who's the one that dressed up as Minnie Mouse? Would it be Toxie then?
I'll be a fan of that, for all we know.
Honestly, for some Mickey Mouse bucks, I probably would. Just saw ACW. Fuck I look like, bro. Fuck I look like. I'll get my majority stockholdership, and they can do all the rest. I'll be like George Lucas, before we got shit. But yeah, but
and the Newscast just got thanks.
Yeah, no shit, right? But no, to Hickett's point, I did not watch SmackDown, but I did hear rumblings because I was actually doing other stuff. I was just like watching some movies with my brother because my brother got HBO Max, so I went over and I was like, okay, I'll go watch with him. So I didn't think of SmackDown, but I did. I was
watching. I just briefly turned it on. I was just on about. It's just because I saw that for a few minutes.
Yeah,
because Friday night I was watching Godzilla versus Kong. Hell of a movie.
We'll get to that movie in a minute.
Good
too.
movie, yeah.
I watched that, I believe, on Thursday.
So did anyone talk about how Logan Paul was in a WWE ring?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was about like.
I forgot that even existed.
I made no secret about it. I don't like the Paul brothers. I don't fuck with them in any sort of way.
No,
I feel like,
who even likes them, bro?
Nah, but
he's stupid enough to go up against Floyd Mayweather, and he's gonna get beat up real hard.
Hey, that's not my problem. I'm not
I'm hoping his brother gets fucking knocked out next. Is it next Saturday when Jake's fighting?
Man, let me tell you something.
Ben Askren?
They gonna lose.
Yeah.
They gonna lose some fights, but they gonna get the money anyway.
Yep.
Because that's all that matters. You can get beat up like a loser all day if you want, but you collect that money, you ain't no loser. And if that's the case,
winner.
Tell me, hey Mayweather, you could beat my ass for $15 million. I will gladly
that's
take
smart
that.
businessman. I hate to say it.
Famous last words, man.
I'll be the 51-0. Let's go.
See, here's the deal. Logan, I can respect more because at least when Logan, had the big fuck up on YouTube. We all know what it was.
Japanese suicide forest.
The Japanese suicide forest video. Because that video fucking blew the fuck up, if everyone remembers that night. Even without everyone being in, in our call circles. And we usually in call circles you don't talk about, YouTube dramas and all that. But the night that video dropped, even in our call circles, it was being talked about. Am I right, Jamal? Because you were there. It was being talked about in VW. It was being talked about in Call All Stars. I presume, if I could ask Rick, it was being talked about in Call League of Nations.
It blew up for a week.
Either that, or we were probably doing some. No, I almost said.
You almost said the R word, though.
Yes, I almost said because we were probably doing some stupid memes in our. We were probably making fun of it. Like, oh my god, you idiot! Look, you dummy Paul brothers.
No, but when he did it, it fucking, we were all fuck me, why could you do something so stupid? Because, it blew up bad style. But the one thing I will give Logan is he's still a douchebag, but Logan actually, once he did that, realised his fuck up. Can I be clear? And ever since then, when he's talked about suicide, I believe he's also donated to federations, if I'm correct, over it.
I believe so.
In a sense, he repented. He realised, the magnitude of his fuck up. And in a sense, with Logan, there's some good still. When it comes to his brother's a fucking cunt. Jake's just a cunt. Jake's a cunt.
Let me say this, and a friend of mine described it perfectly. Jake Paul lives in a world where he believes his life is a movie.
Yeah.
The dude thinks he's untouchable.
It's every day, bro, for him. It's
every day, bro. My life's a movie. HBO Max. sucks.
I mean, so much so he actually made a movie.
Yeah.
Sad part is
he thinks his life is that movie. It's like every day, bro, with that Disney Plus.
And
Sad-
Oh god.
Thing sucked.
and
Sad part is
No, bro.
sad part is them white boys can fight. So I mean, it's not like anybody's really gonna.
Logan can fight. Look at the fights he had with KSI.
The both of them.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah, like the fights with like. Here's the thing, and I watched the first fight, on via stream, and then the second fight, which was the second fight was free on Sky Sports, so I watched it, over here in the UK. But it fucking did, as expected, did huge numbers. Because everyone knows I follow me, but barring wrestling, I also follow me combat sports. Everyone knows this if you follow me on Twitter.
Oh, they had the
These two YouTubers beat each other up.
I mean, the Paul brothers have
If
an
they
audience.
wanted to do this, obviously they wanted to
Yeah.
train. They wanted to do legit training. So that's something I can give both of those two.
I mean, Jake made Nate Robertson the meme of the century, if we all remember that.
But here,
Nate Robertson got made into the meme of the century in a few months' time. A couple of months ago.
on Black History Month, man, what a sad night.
Oh god.
But the fact, here's the thing with the Paul brothers. I don't respect them, but I will say this, and I even said this last night as I saw the fucking clip of him with Owens and Zayn and all that shit. I said that look, you cannot like them all you want, and I agree with you. Who fucking cares though? They're here for, they're being brought here to bring in possible new audiences and a possible new fan base to WrestleMania next week. They're using his mainstream appeal.
I mean, you never know. I mean, a lot of people love noticing how popular YouTube's gotten, so they're like, "Hey, let's get some YouTubers," and that's not weird. I mean, N60 Sean has gotten close to the WWE multiple times.
Well, they're late to the game. If you recall, like social media when it comes to WWE, they were late to the game until recently. So this is pretty still new to them. And the simple fact of the matter is, the YouTubers tout, yeah, in the in the WWE universe forums, all that bullshit. But the fact of the matter is that the Pauls, they have an audience, a dedicated, loyal audience, and they're going to use it to their advantage to get those WrestleMania numbers up for the Peacock service. That's all it is. And if you recognize that. What?
You forgot delusional as well.
Oh well, that goes without saying. But
that's another.
But the fact of the matter is, if they're going to use a celebrity, I get it. It's a smart business strategy. Now, what you do after that fact, that's up for you to decide. But I get why they did it. I don't like the fact that you needed a Logan Paul for a fucking easy feud like Zayn and Owens. But whatever, I get it. I understand why you're doing it. Fine. I don't have to like it, but I just have to understand what you're doing here. So people got mad about that last night, and I understand that, but it doesn't really matter. It's they're gonna do it because they're trying to gain that acceptance from mainstream and now alternative media now with YouTube. So they're gonna do whatever they have to do.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking Bad Bunny's wrestling, so you can tell where their momentum.
They've had celebrities be a part of WrestleMania thousands of times.
Yeah, it's
They're all
nothing new.
started with-
It's nothing new. So it's just a matter of
Let's we not forget about
Celebrities-
WrestleMania 11, considered
celebrities
the worst WrestleMania
will-
of all time.
Celebrities will always be a part of WWE.
Yeah.
Like, as Raiden just mentioned, WrestleMania 11. I'll be honest, look at, because the pandemic kind of, screwed up a lot of plans.
right.
Oh yeah.
If it wasn't for the pandemic, we would have, and Hakeem will understand this because they pushed this and they still have been pushing this. You probably would have seen a Drew McIntyre versus Tyson Fury match for the WWE Championship in Saudi Arabia last year.
Woo,
That would've-
baby boy.
True.
It's still waiting. I mean,
But I'll tell you what, that could benefit him more now if Fury goes on to, and I don't bring it in boxing, but if Fury goes on to beat Joshua in that undisputed title fight in the summer, can you imagine that? Undisputed heavyweight boxing world champion versus WWE champion, and the numbers that will bring the
Winner
Fed.
takes all in Saudi Arabia. Winner will take all. Drew McIntyre goes for the Claymore, gets kicked right in the face. We have another celebrity world champion. David Arquette rolls over in his grave.
He's not even dead.
I mean,
dead.
at least with Arquette, at least he's improved.
WCW
wrestling-wise.
is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, I like David Arquette though. I'm not gonna shit on David
he's
Arquette.
he's fine.
David Arquette is
He's improved.
I kept decided to, in a sense, make right, which is what I respect Arquette for. He was like, I want to make right in a sense, because a lot of fans,
Man's got respect for the business. I respect that about him.
And he didn't want to be the world champion either, so it's like I can't even blame him. He was just told to do what he had to do, and one day on this newscast, I'm just gonna like look into certain like narratives that have been kind of been manipulated about certain things in wrestling, and I think one of them has been about like David Arquette being the death of WCW. It's like, bro, that ship was sinking even without
that ship was sinking January 4th, 1999.
Oh yeah.
Look, when the moment they put Judy Bagwell on the forklift was the moment you knew this product was fucked.
No. That ship was sinking 1999 January 4th.
I kind of have like a random question. I saw AEW when it first debuted, and I thought it was weird how JR mentioned I think 3 times how it has been a long time since there's been wrestling on TNT. And a lot of people love comparing AEW and WCW. And
well, it does take a lot
of
stuff from WCW.
I think you have to respect it.
Kind of copying some of the issues that WCW had.
Well, I think Dynamite has had a lot of that Nitro energy as of late. I think Dynamite has really shown to be this type of modern flip of Nitro to where anything can happen, whether it's live or taped. It's like anything can happen. It's like it's fun. There's a crowd that's engaged with it. They also with AEW they reward you for paying attention. Yeah. They reward you for trusting them throughout the program. If you stick with them long enough, you'll ultimately get rewarded, which should be the basic point of professional wrestling. So, I think there's been a lot of narratives about WCW that, quite frankly, is due to this whole WWE propaganda that have forced a lot of their drones to accept it as the fucking truth, because the winners write the history books, unfortunately. So it's WCW gets a lot of flack, and I'm not saying WCW didn't do certain shit. I mean, they aided in a lot of ways, but when the company was hot, it was hot. When the company was great, it was great. Okay, WWE got their asses beat not because they not because they were buying out talent and they were doing all this and that. They were just a better fucking show. They were the better fucking show at that time. So I don't want to hear people try to say. I mean, as I was going through the Twitter line on Monday with Raw, another show I didn't watch by the way, but when I was going through the Twitter line about people that were talking about Raw, and I see Miz doing that bullshit, it's like, God damn, did the wrong company really lose, man? I think
I remember you saying that.
Yeah,
I saw that tweet.
agree with
because what I'm talking about, one thing that a lot of people love mentioning of what killed WCW is that they had too many factions. Look at AEW. We got the Inner Circle. We got the Dark
Pinnacle.
Pinnacle.
Hardy Family Office.
Pinnacle, yeah.
Loads factions.
I love factions in wrestling. I made that clear on Wednesday. I want more of them.
Factions are great.
I'm Dragon Gate style. Anyone who has watched, anyone who has watched Dragon Gate in Japan, that has always been a company. And I know it sounds like a strange comparison, but Dragon Gate in Japan has always been a company based around factions. They had only they had only 1 year, one big year, which was 2011, where they had 2, super factions going at it, which was Junction 3 and the Blood Warriors.
Blood Warriors, yeah.
There's also Tri Vanguard and RED.
Go ahead, Jamal.
Let's not ignore the fact that New Japan has had 4 factions.
Yeah.
People just gonna casually ignore that one too. Come on now.
All getting fucking boring. Looking at you, Bullet Club.
I just remember. Speaking of which, we might want to bring it up at the end. The New Japan show going down tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that at the end. I got all that, but yeah, this whole notion about AEW having too many factions, bro, come on, WCW, WCW, WWF, they had their faction wars back in the days too. It's nothing fucking new in wrestling, and it's not like AEW.
I mean, at least
what?
just look at look at the build. Like in Nitro '98. Yes, it was a bit of a mess. Every Nitro's a bit of a mess. There'd always be that one messy moment. But like the genuine pops of the crowd, like whenever the black and white NWO came out, it was major booing from every person in that building, like Bischoff, Hollywood Hogan, and all that.
Well, they were booking off the fly at that point.
Yeah, when the WCW guys, the ultra popular ones like DDP, Goldberg came out, they were over. When the Wolfpack came out, the place exploded all the time. And when and even though it goes underrated, one of the best moments in Nitro history was when they did the formation of that year's Four Horsemen.
Yeah. And what?
Because my God, they did it in Carolina.
Yeah.
And that moment, and you always remember the line Ric Flair said on that night. This ain't TV. This is real. And it felt real for the wrestling fan back then.
I thought you were going to say, fire me! I'm already fired. Fire me!
Yeah, but
I thought you were going to say,
no, the fire me line is iconic. The fire me line is iconic, but I think that one's more iconic. This isn't, any gimmick. This isn't this. This is real, damn it.
Hey, man, well, the thing about it is, like, dude, what's the problem with having friends and allies in professional wrestling? What's the problem with having friends and allies, especially if you're like a babyface group? What's the problem with having friends on screen to where if you're in trouble, they can help you out? It fucking makes sense. If you're a loner, of course the odds are going to be more against you than anything else. It's good to be a part of a faction so that way you can have protection. You can have credentials in order when you're getting attacked or when you're getting sidetracked, if you will. But be that as that may, I even tweeted this today, and it's like, bro, at this point, AEW's gonna get nitpicked to death regardless of what they do. So, at this point, to me, fucking ignore them. At this point, just ignore these people. They're not here to argue in good faith. They're just here to try to undermine AEW successes, the people that enjoy AEW, the talent that like to work there. They're just here to cause chaos and destruction. So fucking ignore them. They're just not worth the time anymore.
There's also it's a nitpick thing. I just want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna go fuck around with the Klon guys. We're gonna play Among Us, the new map. Fantastic! Can't wait.
Gotcha.
Because we're
enjoy dying a lot.
Oh, I will. Or I will enjoy being a mass murderer. Whatever comes first. But
I just want to nitpicking voices. This podcast does not
can't believe it.
Support Rick's comments that he just made earlier.
My comments that I am in fact a mass spaceman.
Yes, yeah, there you go. That's what you meant.
I am a mass spaceman. But anyway, on the topic of like nitpicking, there's always the comment of, oh, so and so company, but it's AEW mostly. They signed the quote unquote WWE rejects. And whenever they say that, I'm like, hold up, when did WWE own these guys? Some of these guys made names for themselves outside of the WWE.
Didn't the Toriano fan account literally do a calculation on that shit?
Yeah.
And it's like only 90% of the people are from the Fed.
Yeah, can I quickly say something about that? Look at because you always see the WWE stance attacking on it. Like whenever they sign the next WWE guy. Look what they've done with all the ex-WWE people, okay?
John Moxley, biggest one. Jericho.
Big.
Miro.
Look at Miro this week. Yeah, I know not everyone was, a fan of, Miro and Kip's feud, versus the best friends. Okay? But that payoff match this week on Dynamite, the Arcade Anarchy, even though they lost, you fucking made Miro a beast because it took all three of them. It took a returning Trent, to finally put Miro down. Because he went through so much shit and he looked like a fucking, monster.
And guess what? Miro wasn't the one who accepted the match. You had Kip be the one who did it.
Yep.
Which can create dissension between the two. Because Miro was like, we're done. We're not doing this anymore. I don't want to do
I want titles.
But Kip decided to put him in it.
Yeah, and then for me, and this is what I will just say, opener of Dynamite this week. for me, I will say it. Christian will always go down as one of the all-time best people to work with in wrestling. Christian Cage.
That dude is selling ring rust. You love to see it. The man understands the craft.
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited for Christian. I'm glad Christian is back. I'm excited for freaking the big show. I'm happy.
I popped, and Hakeem will understand this, when I heard the old TNA theme right at the start.
That was great.
Oh my god!
The entire
love that
crowd
theme
popped for the
over.
big show because the big show is alleged to be
the first TN I will say it till I think Christian's best run in his career was in TNA.
Duh.
I
agree.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
You
if anyone dares argue it, I will throw a sword at you.
It's arguably that or his tag team thing with Edge.
Oh, it's that.
The tag team thing with Edge is that's still hard to top with all that TLC shenanigans. It really is.
I think Christian did though, because I think Christian's NWA run as NWA champion was one of the better runs of that champion's history. Before didn't become part of TNA, and then also everything he just did for the most part was great. I think he just really helped that brand when that brand was looking to get bigger. He needed somebody like Christian to really kind of teach a lot of these other guys that might not be used to TV wrestling to really get them intertwined into how that works. And I think he'll be no different here in AEW as well. I think, you watch that match Kazarian, it's like, he still understands psychology. He understands the character's motivation. He understands what he has to do and what he's trying to achieve in that match with Kazarian. The fact that he wants to outwork everybody, but this is AEW. It's an entire different animal. And now he realizes that he's going to have to step his game up, that he just isn't going to be handed things because he's a legend. He's got to compete with the likes of Kenny Omega. He's got to compete with the likes of Ray Phoenix. He's got to compete with the likes of Cody Rhodes and Ethan Page and Kazarian and all these other guys that he's going to be able to mix up with. And I think he'll be able to do it. I think there was some ring rust a little bit, but once he got going, it was, he was fine. And I think...
Well, naturally, he hasn't wrestled in, like...
Give me... Sherman was the right opponent, because they knew each other for a long time and all that.
Yeah.
For his first match back, and, that was his first... there's a difference being in a Rumble, where there's multiple people to work with, and you're only doing, spots at a certain time period. And then doing a full singles match where the pressure is all on you and this other person. There's a difference of in-ring... there's a difference of in-ring psychology, though, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair to him, he didn't have to worry about Jeff Jarrett burying over half of the credible people on that show.
So he's thinking of it. We've got someone else joining us.
You are in my world, Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff Jarrett.
He does have one of the best theme songs in TNA, so...
But
that's interesting.
Hello, Malik.
No, I was thinking over between Jeff Jarrett or Dixie Carter, who killed TNA?
Dixie.
Look. As a fellow Tennessean, I can tell you right now, Jeff Jarrett may have been using that company as his personal little playground, but Dixie put the bullet in its head.
Yeah.
Dixie was the reason.
That's all you need to say. She brought in Hogan, and Hogan fucked the world up.
Yeah, it was Dixie.
Brought back Vince Russo.
I will say
she brought back Vince
I created the Attitude Era.
I will say
this is the end of this discussion.
No, I'm actually good. No. But here's the thing. It was the Hogan thing that really killed TNA. I will actually defend it because remember Russo was there before the Hogan thing.
I was gonna say
Russo wasn't fully killing it.
I know that
Dixie killed it with the Hogan thing. I'm sorry. I'm actually going to for once. I can't believe I'm saying it. I'm actually going to defend Vince Russo.
TV deal though. That still killed their first TV deal that would have gave them the most money that they've had and have had.
Jamal, you're getting no love in the chat. Everyone's saying Dixie killed TNA. They're not going to believe this. Go ahead, Hakeem.
I will say this. Malik's right in the sense that I know Hogan's the scapegoat, and honestly, I know Hogan and Bischoff, they do have a lot of credit as to why TNA's in the state it's in today, but the cracks were already forming before they came. And and the fact is, if you look through the whole court case that she had with Billy Corgan, it really revealed the fact that Dixie was loaning money. She had to pay a lot of banks to where she was on default and it was in debt. She wasn't even paying people on time. And this was even before Hogan came in. So just Hogan is usually
a dude who's like part of a band, control of a wrestling company.
Again, I repeat, and I don't think people understand what I'm saying. Dixie's decision to bring in Vince Russo cost him that TV deal. She was killing the company from the jump. It's not like I was disagreeing with that at all.
She just didn't have She just didn't have the wrestling savvy to run a wrestling business. I'm sure she's a nice person, honestly, but she was
no. From what I've heard backstage, woo boy, she is not well liked, especially from Velvet Sky.
Well, I mean,
fair enough. We're happy to see her go through that table by Bubba.
Look, Velvet Sky. The only reason she has any room to talk is, well, she looks how she looks. Because Bubba Ray ain't exactly a light person either, motherfucker.
Did you say Blubber Way? Is that what you said?
Blubber Ray, whatever the hell his name is. Wow. You get the point I'm making.
Well, Hogan's daughter knows plenty about
that. I still remember when I got to see one of Jeff's
Let's not bring Brooke into this equation.
Brought in Adam Pac-Man Jones.
No. Switch the conversation. We're not beating strippers. We're not beating strippers.
Nah, boy.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Let me say that. Let me say one thing about that. The sad part of that deal was R-Truth was part of it, and that was his swan song in TNA.
Another man victimized by Jeff Jarrett. R-Truth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can go down the list. There's a list of it. I mean, it'll take hours.
Don't
fucking get me started.
No, don't do that.
Look, I've been on the Mountie Brown TNA World Champion bandwagon for a bit now, and I'm kind of glad I am.
Yeah, but be that as that may,
at least R-Truth got to be NWA champion. I mean, that's something.
2 times.
WWE.
Hey! It wasn't R-Truth. That's Ron the Truth Killinger speaking of here. Okay. The truth.
Respect the truth, and it shall set you free.
That's right.
and you want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. You got short.
I'm the Suntan Superman in this thing.
A resurrection of the hardcore title, and it's just not working.
Nah.
I think they should get rid of the 24/7 championship.
Before you move on to that,
yeah,
I would like to take this moment to sign off from the cast. Thank you for having me, Hakeem.
No problem, Rick. You are more than welcome to come back.
Hey, Rick.
Thank you. I'd love to. And I also want to take a quick moment to promote the Calling of Nations Absolution coming up very soon on the Calling of Nations channel. Please subscribe to us. We're very desperate for views. We want to be big. We're trying to get famous.
Link. I love all CAW. So.
There you go.
But in all seriousness, do check us out. And is this on a different channel or is this on the ACW channel?
This is on the main ACW channel.
Main channel. Subscribe if you're not subscribed to this freaking channel, my dudes. Come on, now what are you doing? You're missing some of the best call work there is.
It's either on the main channel or the Newscast channel.
It's on the Gamecast channel, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
You get in general. Come on, what are you doing? 70%
some to them all.
Rick,
to them all, pretty much.
With them Among Us.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go play Among Us. I'll catch you guys on the next cast. Adios.
All right, my man. Later, man.
Get caught too easily, please. It's really easy to get caught.
Yeah, I know.
I'll keep that.
Looking around.
He's gonna get thrown under the bus, guarantee it.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
All right, so
that's how Among Us works.
this is actually before. I mean, I know Malik is here. I know he didn't get a proper intro. What's going on, my dude?
Man, I'm doing good. Doing good.
Well,
it's the main man behind the NSS. But we're going to leave that conversation alone now.
Oh my god. We've also been joined, even though he's muted. If he wants to speak up, he can. Hey, Edward. Hey, Edward, where's Matt hiding from these calls?
That's another thing people are talking about. I feel like Jeff should leave WWE.
Hey, he's
not
happy.
using.
Where else is he gonna go though? That's the main
I mean,
question.
he could go be with his brother. Think
That's
about
not going to happen.
I don't want them to sign Jeff Hardy, because then that
No.
brings up the whole
Yeah.
AEW signing WWE rejects problem up again. So I'd much rather they stay away
Jeff is
from
a
Jeff
former
Hardy.
WWE champion, so I don't know if I can call him reject, but the way they're
I
treating
mean,
him,
but you know that's how it's going to be painted immediately. Christian was a former world champion, and
they
he's
worked
considered a
really
reject.
they worked really hard to do broken or woken Matt Hardy in WWE. Why not bring in Willow or Brother Nero?
Here's the problem. Here's the reason why. And this is why I don't want to see Jeff Hardy in AEW. I don't know about you, but I would love to see both of them separated and doing their own thing. I'm kind of tired of seeing the same Hardy Boys reunion because it always leads to that same argument that I have heard since early 2000. Jeff is the better guy. Jeff is this. Jeff is that. For God's sakes, let Matt Hardy just stay by himself, and so the idea can be cemented. It doesn't matter whether he's Matt Hardy in Matt version 1, broken Matt Hardy. It doesn't matter. Matt's the better worker.
And I think he should, bro. I've lost count how many times he's violated the wellness policy because he can't stop smoking weed.
Well, I mean,
it ain't even weed.
With Jeff, with Matt.
That ain't weed, fam. That's alcohol.
No,
yeah, basically.
It's not weed.
Anything with Matt, I definitely agree with Malik. Just just keep them separate. Like, well, look at what Matt's doing with this whole new stable he's getting with the Butcher and the Blade, with Private Party, and now and everything, and so far successful. I think with Jeff is like, no matter how old he gets, the way he's looking really.
Yeah.
But just keep him.
He's looking pretty beat
up.
Yeah,
pretty beat up, of course. But yeah, like Malik said, just keep them separate.
He could retire. He could be a
What can he be? What can Jeff be when he retires?
A charismatic enigma.
I guess.
But here's the thing. Okay, so
just have that band for us wife, Jen.
Yeah, but no one's gonna buy an album. But the fact of the matter is,
true.
The fact of the matter is, since Malik's here, he actually made it because now we're finally gonna get into it. We're gonna talk about WrestleMania 37, which is coming up this next Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
it's gonna be held.
Yeah, the other guys should be joining us in a few minutes as well because the show's about to end.
They can pop in whenever they want to pop in. They can
Adam's
back. Yeah, they can pop in whenever they want to pop in. But I do want to. I'm gonna go through each. Now, first of all, I want to make this disclaimer. These are the official matches that are going to be on the event as it stands right now. So if any changes are made after this newscast, those are going to be afterwards, obviously. So we don't. If it's not the full official card, it's not the full official card. We can make assumptions.
Card subject to change.
Yeah, card subject will be to change. So all that being said, we're going to talk about it. It's going to be held at the Raymond James Stadium over, I believe, in Tampa, Florida. Sorry, Tampa, Florida. It's expected to be 25 to 28K attending live, which
also they really are doing live. Oh, frick.
Yeah, there's still tickets available, by the way, which I find interesting. I find interesting that WrestleMania did not sell out automatically for a crowd that's coming back to live for a live event. So
that's a bad sign.
They're not going to be able to fill up the whole arena because of social distancing.
Yeah, but still, the allotted tickets that are there for the stadium, they're still available. I mean, they're lower tier seats, but irregardless, I mean,
I bet you most of those are people that live in Florida.
Well, yeah. I mean, Florida's open now, so it's basically a free for all. So basically, there will be the fact of the matter is there will be a live crowd, and what I feel about this WrestleMania. Now, look, the build has not been great, in my opinion. I think this WrestleMania, there's been a lot of issues, a lot of matches that were being put together on the fly, a lot of matches that really didn't have enough heat going into it. And as we go through each match, we'll talk about it individually, but I feel that they can still salvage this in the sense that it's a live crowd coming back to a wrestling event. They can still put out spectacular performances with certain matches on this card. They need to be careful with how they do card placement with this event for both nights, quite frankly, because it's going to determine how this crowd will basically support them throughout those 2 nights. They have to be careful how they place certain matches in certain places. The first match of night 1 is going to be crucial. It's going to be very, very important because the crowd will determine how the night's going to go from that point forward. So just keep that in mind.
Bar setter, basically.
Yeah, it'll be a bar setter, basically. Absolutely. So, with that being said, I am going to go here to Wikipedia here because obviously Wikipedia is the virtuous of truth here, so they can.
Hey, look.
Heavy air quotes.
I won't say if it's further truth.
Yeah. So,
Look, if Wikipedia was the truth, it would reveal those Hillary Clinton emails. But
hey, flag on the play. Flag on the play. Hold on.
God damn it, Jamal with the fucking politics thing.
So we're gonna run it down by the match order that is displayed on Wikipedia. So we'll talk about each one individually. So, night 1, April 10th, first match here for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Sasha Banks, the champion, will defend it against the 2021 Women's Rumble winner, Bianca Belair. Now, I know there's been a lot of talk about should this main event night 1, should this not main event night 1. My whole thing about it is that the main event should be what the ultimate draw of the card is. And I'm sorry to tell people that want to hashtag their way to it, or they want to try to force people to go about certain ways. But with the way I saw this feud being built, with the way things are going on with this feud, I would not put this match as the main event. That's just me. That's personally just me. But, irregardless, I do think this match has a chance to deliver. And I'll say this. I'll say this. Sasha Banks, she has not won a WrestleMania match. That's kind of her gimmick with WrestleMania here. And she's coming in here as a champion, SmackDown Women's Champion. They've basically turned her heel, if I'm reading SmackDown reports from last night. And Bianca Belair is the Rumble winner. She won the Rumble, and she's going in as a challenger. She's the one doing all the press runs for the match. Here's my thing. Now, I have my issue with the way WWE makes stars and all that. That's all been well documented. But
I'm just looking over the match card too.
If you want to make a star, right? If you want to really take somebody that you feel will represent your company for the next, 5 to 10 years, for what your image of the company should be, then Bianca has to win here. The thing here, though, is Sasha, since winning that title, really hasn't had a memorable match or feud as champion. And if she walks in here, she's going to lose this title to Bianca and become a loser at WrestleMania again. So, I do think, ultimately, Bianca will win, but it has to be done in a way where Bianca looks good as well. It can't be a fluke win. It can't be where she wins with some bullshit. It's got to be a decisive victory to where Bianca is, when you're looking at Bianca, you're like, she is going to be one of our stars going forward. So I pick Bianca to win that match, and she'll become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Thoughts?
You mind if... Yeah, let me go ahead and chime in while I'm sitting here driving my fucking blue pickup truck. So, I've been very cautiously, optimistic about this feud. It's nice to see Bianca Belair in the position that she's in, from the standpoint of, I've had to hear Malik damn near jizz himself over the fact that Bianca Belair is in the position she's in. And Malik, don't even play, Malik. I know you happy as hell right now. I know you are, because it's a Tennessee girl getting that push. You know you're happy right now. So I'll take that dig forever what it's worth. But to me, the build had problems from the very beginning because they should have turned Sasha heel as soon as possible. Let Bianca be the face in this whole feud. Let Sasha be the natural heat magnet that she can be. which she was in NXT. Let this play out more naturally instead of waiting until like almost 2 months. Well, not 2 months, but like sort of 2 to 3 weeks before Mania to actually do something with her that actually means something. And then the part that bugged me the most is that Bianca Belair took a clean pinfall loss to Tamina Snuka. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Why am I supposed to take this seriously? Why am I supposed to be, as a wrestling fan, humor this feud? Hold on. You gotta let me finish, man. If I'm gonna preach, I gotta preach this as strongly as possible. Because I get to see two black women, and I know people will roll their eyes when they hear me say that, but you know, it's cool to see two black women in this position. I just want their match to be treated like it has some sort of dignity, some sense of importance. Just do me that favor. Don't fuck this up. Give Bianca that good win she deserves, and go on about my business. Because if you don't, you're fucking up. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, let me put some points in here. Jamal is right on so many points. Like, this match could have been amazing, but they booked it so sloppily. Like, this could have been a great story right here for WrestleMania. Bianca Belair becomes the third ever African American person to win the Rumble. And the only person to win it at the number 3 spot. Okay, that's good enough story right there. And she goes after the SmackDown Women's Championship. That's a good idea. But right then and there, when she chose Sasha Banks should have just bitch slapped her right in the face and start that heel run there. And then we can start moving towards Fastlane or the Elimination Chamber, where we see the tension build between both wrestlers. And it gets to the point to a head at WrestleMania where Bianca pins the SmackDown Women's Champion in a tag match or something like that. And they get and she starts realizing that she can beat her. And Sasha gets upset knowing that she might lose the championship, has to go down dirty tactics. That could be a great story right there to really get these two stars to blossom. But instead, WWE has sloppily handled it so badly, I felt like I got to dig out of some mess of shit just to see any good points out of it.
My God.
You got a chance to make a great storyline and you fucked it up so hard it hurts.
Jacob's right.
Hold on. Before we continue, how many matches are on this card?
For right now, we've got 6 announced for night 1. 6 announced matches for night 1.
And then how many for night 2?
Night 2 is 6 as well.
Okay, so
why is this?
Let's try to dissect through these in some sort of quick fashion, because I know how long with it some of us can.
Yeah. I'll just say this too. If I'm looking at this night 1 card, I think Sasha and Bianca should even open the show. I think it should be the first match on the card. I
actually agree.
I think the match is exciting enough and enthralling enough to where you can get the crowd in the palm of your hands very quickly.
The bar setter. That should be the bar setter for night 1.
I agree.
Let that be your bar setter. Let them showcase what the women's division can do with those 2 stars, and let that be the trendsetter for night 1. If every other match can follow what Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair can do, then night 1 can be a success. If not, wash it off. Okay.
Hello, P-Pack.
Malik.
Hello, gentlemen.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, Malik.
Can anyone hear me?
All right.
I can hear you, Brandon.
So,
Let Malik rant on this. Go ahead, Malik.
Cool.
What are we ranting on besides Mania? What
You'll
part?
understand in a second. You'll understand in a second.
So my biggest thing about Bianca Belair and Sasha is that I completely agree that Sasha should have been going heel already. The very moment Bianca won the Royal Rumble. And yes, I was super ecstatic about Bianca winning the Royal Rumble because quiet as kept, she last year.
I was there the night. I was there in the. We were watching it together when that happened.
So anyway, the one thing about this match is that yes, it's been done sloppily, but you know, it's WWE. Almost every storyline has been done sloppily.
Yeah, I haven't seen this storyline in a while.
And it's even more worse for the women's division because people that kind of look at it would be like, I guess I know where that women's revolution stick was going now. But
right up Charlotte's ass.
Man.
But the thing about it, the thing about it, especially with this match in particular, I know this match can deliver. I know the match will deliver. I just hope and pray that they actually give them enough time and actually let them do what they need to do, and not try to force it, and not try to force it or cut it. Give them the allotted amount of time that they need to actually work, because they can, and showcase what they can do. And it's a given by the way it worked, it's looked, that Bianca should and will win the women's title. Because realistically, you don't give her that much of momentum, even with that whole losing clean to Tamina, which still baffles me. Not because Tamina is a weak wrestler or she's bad or anything, but because, good Lord, they have never did anything with her since they brought her up.
But it could have been so much better, but they dropped that ball. Like, don't get me wrong, Tamina Snuka is a fantastic wrestler and truly honors the legacy of the Snuka family. Rest in peace, Superfly. But I feel like it should have been Belair getting the clean.
I don't even say rest in peace for that guy. I think you might be wrong on that.
We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that.
Hey, hold on. Malik, continue.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore that. So, my thing is,
I fucked up.
I am going to say, like I said, I'm going to go for Bianca, and I'm also just praying that it's a good match. And I'm going to be excited for this match because, to me, this is basically how I look at it. Like this, this is what Bianca's moment should have been last year.
Yes, it should have been.
What Bianca has now, to me, is what should have been last year.
Yes, she was amazing in that Rumble.
I was about to say, what did Bianca do last year at Mania?
It had a great Rumble performance, basically.
She had a fantastic Rumble.
Had a hell of a Rumble performance, and then they basically decided to nope and give it to
Charlotte.
That should have been Bianca's moment. She was amazing in last year's
honestly,
Rumble.
Last year's Rumble should have gone to Shayna Baszler. I mean, I'm not even playing.
I mean, there was multiple.
That was an easy one.
Could have been an argument.
That's the easy answer. If I was Booker, I would have said the final two should have been Bianca and Shayna, and let them duke it out to see who gets the W. I would have been happy with that, because both those women were just dominating in that Rumble. Both of them holding the record for most eliminations in a single Rumble with 8. I was like, those two are savages. They should have been the final two, and I would have loved seeing those two just throwing fists.
That finisher don't work for me, brother. That's basically what that was. So, but I'll say this. I'll say this last thing before we get to the next match. With the Sasha and Bianca storyline, I know this is kind of easy in a way, and because I've been watching it lately for my own personal entertainment. But how the fuck do you not do a Hollywood Sasha storyline here? How the fuck do you not have Sasha become the delusional heel to where she's calling Bianca the rookie, but really amp it up? She's going to do like the Mandalorian. She's Snoop's fucking cousin, so she has an excuse to be like, I'm LA, I'm Hollywood, I'm not a rookie like this rookie Bianca, even though Bianca's older than her. I'm this, I'm that, I've done all this in the WWE. Bianca's got a separate game. I mean, Bianca can just tell Sasha, you're not taking this match seriously. You're not taking this seriously. You think this is just going to be another day on the job. This is everything to me. This is my livelihood. All this means to me to win this title. If I can't win this title, then why am I in the WWE? That would have been a way better way to go about it than having Reginald do shit that doesn't matter, than having this whole wishy-washy thing of them being, can they exist? Can they coexist? Can they be tag team partners? You could have done so many things with the storyline that they didn't do, but to Malik's point, I hope that this match gets them enough time to where they both look good coming out of it, and they need to, because I think with
I agree.
Sasha, she's a veteran, and basically compared to Bianca, and Bianca is being groomed to being the next it girl, basically, of the company. So do it right, do it justice. Don't just give it a fucking, I don't know, 6 to 8 minute match just because. Let them go for
No.
You know,
it's at the point where
At least give it maybe 20 to 30 minutes. That should be the bare minimum.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that long. I'm saying good.
I got 20.
Nah, too much. That's too much, bro.
But long enough to where we can actually enjoy the match and not feel like it's just being shoved down our throats. Okay?
Okay.
Bianca has to win this decisively.
If any match needs to be 5 minutes long, it's the Raw Tag Team Title match.
God!
We'll get to
I think that's next, actually.
Let's get to the rest of the card.
Yeah, let's.
Because that's actually next on.
Because honestly, I have so much to say about that.
Well, I got you.
So
but,
do I.
Let's get to the next match.
Let's keep it short.
Also, welcome to Jason, who was here.
Downtown Brown in the building. So we have a big group here. So I will skip over the main event because we will save that for last for obvious reasons. But actually, the next match we're going to be talking about here, it's the match everyone's looking forward to. It'll be Bad Bunny with Damian Priest taking on The Miz with John Morrison. Now, hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody.
All right, just got to sit there.
Here's the thing here. The Miz. Now, this motherfucker was the WWE champion 3 weeks ago. And the fact of the matter is...
He was?
I know, right? But the fact of the matter is...
What if he said that?
The fact of the matter is, here's the thing. This is kind of the same deal I had about Logan Paul earlier when we were just talking about it. But, look, I don't have to like it, but I can't understand it. The fact is, Bad Bunny has a very diverse, strong, big following in terms of his music, as a celebrity... And the fact of the matter is, it's WrestleMania. And the fact of the matter is, it's WrestleMania. It's WrestleMania. They're going to get all the mainstream press that they need to put over their event. So why not get somebody that's musically relevant, by the way, and have him be a part of a match against somebody
this match doesn't make any goddamn sense. I'm just going to say it.
It doesn't, but the fact of the matter is,
this match doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, but it's a celebrity match. It's WrestleMania. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, help out with the bottom line.
It's not going to get a fucking 10 to 15 minute time limit, all right? It's going to be a one and done. It's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot of shenanigans. It's going to be like Bad Bunny fucking around, Miz fucking around. Then Bad Bunny gets that one move that he's been practicing, and we'll be done with it. So, as much as I don't like it on this card, I find it to be filler, quite frankly. I get why it's having its place here. I get it. So,
I feel like this match can be...
I do feel like Bad Bunny will win, obviously. He's going to have to win this match.
No matter what happens, I feel like it could be...
One at a time.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
All right.
Go
ahead, Jason.
All right. So I think the main thing this is going to set up for is one spot in particular. There's going to be a run-in during this match. I think we all know who he's going to be.
Damian Priest.
It's going to be Booker T.
Oh, Booker.
Oh, good fuck! Point. I didn't think of that, huh?
He's going to help Bad Bunny win. And the song is called Booker T.
Oh, Lord.
So the match will probably last about 3 to 5 minutes, and then it's going to end with a music performance of the song Booker T.
Oh, that sounds odd. I'm just gonna say it just sounds odd.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
It is.
Anybody else? One at a time.
All right, let me put my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, make it a bit snappy.
Yeah.
Please.
Look, this match can be funny. I could see this as a comedy match because, like you said, Bad Bunny has been training to do this match with Damian Priest, and I see this as a positive thing to not only help get more people interested into Bad Bunny's music, but I could see this going very far with Damian Priest because ever since he had Bad Bunny on his side, he's been having on a hot streak lately, and I could see Damian Priest somewhere down the line winning a mid-card title, maybe Intercontinental, maybe United States. I could see him maybe go down the road because he is a great big man.
I'll go. I could see Priest, probably facing the winner of Sheamus versus, Riddle after this.
Mm-hmm.
In a mid-card title feud. As for the match, Bad Bunny's gonna win. Do I think the match will be good? We don't know. You never know with celebrity matches. They can be god-awful or they can be decent, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it depends on how much the celeb's gonna put into it and how much they want to take the licks, in a sense, okay?
Yeah.
That's my debate on it. So, I'm half and half.
How much is the celebrity willing to?
All I can say is Damian Priest is a pretty good talent. As for this match, to be honest, it just feels ridiculous to me. I mean, granted, it feels like Bad Bunny is gonna win, but as far as I know, is just plain no. For me, it's a no for me.
Welcome to WrestleMania. This has been the thing since its beginning. Celebrities have always been a part of WrestleMania since the beginning.
You go to the very first one.
Back in 84.
I mean,
85.
I mean, the very first one, the big hype match was a celebrity match.
Yeah,
Hogan versus Orndorff and Piper.
It was Hogan and Mr. T teaming up against Roddy Piper and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
Yeah. Which WrestleMania had the one where Bam Bam Bigelow was fighting a football player?
11.
Oh, that's WrestleMania 11. Okay,
that was the worst WrestleMania.
And one thing I want to add, though, there's one thing that in the few things they get right over the years, there's one good thing ROH did with punishment. Make sure he doesn't talk and just let him be a mute badass.
Yeah. That was one of the best parts.
The fucker cannot cut a promo.
Yeah, he can't cut a promo, but in that ring, man, can he work? He was.
Yeah.
I mean, I was so happy when I saw him win the television title because I could see so many storylines of how much of a big, beefy badass he can be. And he doesn't even need to say words; his actions does the talking for him. And they're like, who can take this title off this man? He's a menace. It's like, and it's gonna take it was amazing.
So there you go.
All right.
So
Why don't you guys are talking about this match for me? Because it's like I have zero fucks about this match.
I mean, I don't care for it either, but I get why it's on the card. I get what they're doing.
Yeah, of course, but still,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. But Bad Bunny...
It's a thing that's on there. We can't do much about it, so we're just going to live with it. Bad Bunny to win.
Yeah, just grin and bear it.
Grin and bear it, move on.
Alright, next match.
Yep, move on to the next match.
Yep, next match on the card here, if I can pull this up real quick. Yes, for the Raw Tag Team titles, it'll be the New Day. Kofi and Xavier Woods will take on AJ Styles and almost making his in-ring debut.
Let me. I want this. Yeah. I want this right now.
Hold on. Let Malik speak. Everyone, quiet down.
Malik and MV.
Because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, this is one of the matches that I actually was looking forward to. For him alone. Because why not? Let me tell you why.
Look at him.
Look at it. Okay. Here's something that you have to like about him. Do you know how many giants in wrestling who claim to be 7'4" but aren't shoot 7'4"? Like how Big Cass keeps saying, how Big Cass holding he's over 7 foot tall, but he's actually shoot 6'10". Almost is legit. Shoot, no cap, 7'4", and he's already, to me, has the look going for him, and has shown moments where he can be intimidating, where he can be athletic and nimble, and honestly, all he needed was somebody to help him along the way and be around someone that can mentor him. AJ Styles, and it freaking works because that is a good choice to have as somebody there, and to have him get his first match, to me, that's going to be fun to watch because I love because I have a guilty passion for giant wrestlers. I love the big man, especially a big man that can do it all and doesn't have two left feet and can't work to save his life. Almost has shown plenty of times that he can do something in that ring. So to me, I'm looking forward to it because this is a test for him. Because not only does he gonna have AJ in his corner, he's facing Kofi and Xavier. And you already know Kofi and Xavier are about to put 110% in this match. AJ's gonna be AJ. And the spots, I can already see Almost is gonna do some crazy stuff in this match. That's going to insinuate him and make him even more grander and bigger than he's been shown throughout, the time he's been with AJ.
Before I let go. Sorry, Malik.
So honestly, when it comes to the results, I legit see a shocker happening. I see AJ and Almost winning the belts.
Well, before I let anybody else speak, I will say this. I don't really care much for this match, but to Malik's point, the draw here is Almost. Like, the reason why this match is even really being put in this card is because of Almost. And I don't think, as much as I can criticize WWE on many things, they still, I would think, they still do the Giants fairly well. And I don't think they would put Almost in a position, WrestleMania, for God's sake, they wouldn't put him in a position if they didn't trust him enough to perform somewhat well. And let's be honest, this is kind of a nothing match for the New Day. This is definitely a nothing match for AJ Styles. This will be all about Almost. And the end game will be that him and AJ will win those titles, because why would you have the New Day retain? Doesn't really make sense at this point. But I think Almost will hit his spots, and as long as he hit his spots well, it's fine. It doesn't have to be a fucking 5-star match. It doesn't have to be Almost working a certain way. Just let him do the good things he does very well. Let AJ handle the rest, and go home happy with him with the titles. So, I might not care for this match, but I'm fine with the result it's going to ultimately be. And I think Almost, there's definitely plans for Almost down the road anyway, so this will be a good showcase match for him, if you will.
And
VPAC, did you want to say something? Is VPAC even there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, I mean,
Speak,
they
boy.
need to make up for what happened with Lark.
Okay.
V!
What's up?
Say something. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jacob,
I
let
was
V go.
waiting for Jacob to finish.
Jacob, let V go. Because we did agree that V was going next.
Alright.
Sorry about that. You can go ahead.
My biggest gripe with this match is
I have a gripe as well.
I didn't think the New Day needed the tag titles. Like, what was the point of having Cedric and Shelton Benjamin as the tag champs?
Here's the thing about
If anything, this should have been a 3-way tag match and put Shelton and Cedric in there.
Well,
because the Hurt Business is no more.
The Hurt Business is...
Here's the thing, because
disbanded.
Vince wanted to the Hurt Business.
Which was stupid, but whatever.
Yeah. That, like, alright. I'll be honest, I was not a fan of Cedric joining the Hurt Business when it first happened, but it grew on me over time.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest, that was the best thing to ever happen to Cedric. I don't care what you said, because here's the thing. They were doing nothing with him until MVP said, "No, give me him."
Yep.
Same thing with Shelton.
So you can say that you didn't like the idea, but bruh, honestly, it was the best thing to ever happen to Cedric. It gave him something to do. God knows nobody was doing anything with him.
Yeah, like I said, it grew on me over time.
Because he was just a stereotypical smiley baby face.
Yeah.
Until Vince had to, like, fuck things up. And like...
Well, we'll talk about more about the Hurt Business when we get to the main event. But
okay. Well, here's the thing I want to say about the whole Almost thing, because I think this is probably the main thing about this match, is seeing what he can do. You know, in wrestling nowadays, there really isn't proper giants anymore, if you really think about it. And
Ron sucks.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. When Hakeem, when you said
Giant Gonzalez.
Like, when you said, Hakeem, that WWE still knows how to do giants, they haven't known how to even do giants. The last time they actually had a giant that was actually getting over, which was Braun. Say what you will about him, he was getting over. They did absolutely dick in nothing.
Yeah.
Like, Braun could have been a great monster. Like, that nickname they keep throwing around, the monster among men, I feel like that's turning into a joke now, because if they actually let him become a true monster and just basically steamroll through whatever brands he's on, then we could have actually seen him as what he should have been, not some pushover or something. I wanted to see a true giant actually be a good giant, like the Big Show back in the day. Like, he was just a monster when he was running in the early 2000s, and I thought we had a chance with Braun, but once again, WWE dropped the ball on it and made him look like an idiot.
I'm gonna quote someone who said this quote before, and it's a bit of a counter. It's called the "fuck off Vince" counter. So I'm just gonna say it. Fuck off Vince.
Said this before.
But
it's called the fuck
wait, who's that?
counter.
Dan?
Dan the man.
Hey, Dan.
You echoing?
Dan, yeah, I was gonna say mute the
Yeah.
stream. But nonetheless, okay, so basically, I think most of us in agreement. Styles and Omos will.
Hey, I'm gonna head out. All I'm gonna say is on the Styles and Omos thing is pretty much it's it's really just a tester to see what happens, with Omos. That's the main thing. All right, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll see you all in a bit.
All right, later, hey,
All right, see you, kid.
All right,
See ya, kid.
we're gonna get.
Agreed.
We're gonna.
All right, later, kid.
We're gonna get to the next match here,
And
what?
Seriously, who's echoing?
That would be Dan the man.
Yo, Dan, you gotta mute the stream, my guy. But
Yeah, dude.
but nonetheless, the next match up here. Speaking of which, I know we just talked about Bad Bunny and Miz, and I get people's vitriol towards that, but I think the vitriol should be directed towards this next match here. In a steel cage match, it's Braun Strowman taking on Shane McMahon. Folks,
I don't know if it was.
Wait, when the hell that happened?
Yeah, it'll happen. Well, let me explain here. It's this past Monday Night on Raw, Braun Strowman basically made it a steel cage match. So there you go. Look, here's my thing on this match. Shane McMahon. Look, I was happy when Shane came back to WWE when I was still
Now he's just getting stale.
When I was still watching it and all, but I was happy when he came back. But now it's become a hindrance to the company, let alone even a benefit. And now he's getting another WrestleMania match here, where I don't even think this year it's really warranted. And that goes to even Braun Strowman, as Jason said earlier. Braun back in 2017 was on a white hot streak to where I thought he would have and should have beaten Brock Lesnar for that title back at No Mercy, because that was held in Sacramento, my city. So they should have made him win it there. And when they didn't pull the trigger, they let him flounder. They let his momentum cool out to the fact where he won it last year. It was already too late. People didn't even remember that Braun Strowman was Universal Champion last year. Or people just choose not to remember. Either way, you forgot. So now Braun Strowman, they're portraying him as your stereotypical dumb giant. And the thing here is that baby faces, for the most part, should be able to outsmart the heels, because that's basic pro wrestling lore. And when you allow your giant to become so small, when you allow his presence, which was the whole point of being a giant, become so small, look at what they're doing with Omos, and look at what they're doing with Braun. They're on the same show, but one feels like they have more presence, more of an intimidating aura, more of a stronghold in terms of what that means of being a giant than the other. And that person, unfortunately, isn't Braun, when it used to be Braun. So I think we all know what this is going to be. They're going to let Shane get ragdolled everywhere throughout the steel cage. We all know that Elias and I think Jackson will probably try interference, because it's a WWE steel cage match. It's supposed to keep people out, but people end up interfering anyways. But ultimately, Braun will win this and will go back to doing nothing. Because I don't see, unless you're going to really go with Braun Strowman going after the winner of the main event, which I don't see a reason why that needs to happen anytime soon. But yeah, I not only don't care about this match, I don't think this match is warranted for a WrestleMania. And this is the problem of having a 2-night WrestleMania. You start to add shit that doesn't need to be added. There are some times where talent needs to be kept off the card because you're not doing anything with them to get a WrestleMania spot. WrestleMania spots used to be precious, but it ain't anymore because now we're just allowing people to come in and get their spot, whether it's good or bad, whether it makes sense or not. They just get their spot. So Braun will win, but the win will mean nothing. And usually that's not good because Shane McMahon, as much as I cannot stand the man, winning against Shane McMahon usually does mean something, especially at a WrestleMania. I don't see how this will mean anything for Braun Strowman when he wins next week. But that's just me.
It's a lose-lose situation.
Well, I mean, let's go back how this all started. That match on Raw where he just went crazy and started beating him up, and then he just dumped, like, green paint on him, bro?
It looked like Nickelodeon green slime.
Wait.
What? Did that seriously happen?
Yeah, it did.
It did. Two buckets.
What
of
the I have not been paying
Braun.
attention to Raw.
Stupid.
I have not been paying attention on Raw whatsoever.
So I'm going to make this very quick on my end. I don't need to waste any more time on this match than it already has been already. And I don't think anybody else needs to waste any more breath on this match than it has already. So I'm going to say this very quickly. Braun Strowman should win, but the dickhead and the meme god in me wants Shane to win just so Strowman can fuck off. So that's how I feel.
On social media.
I don't care if Strowman loses the match. I would prefer if Shane fell off the steel cage and he landed on Strowman with an elbow drop and he pinned him clean. I wouldn't care.
Or Braun screws it up. No. Or Braun screws himself. Okay, sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
I would even have him screw himself over because that would prove Shane right, and Shane would still win. Yeah. So no matter which way you look at it, Shane wins this match because Strowman's going to do something stupid. Shane's going to get proven right, and even if Strowman wins, guess what? It's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything.
I was going to think like Brock Lesnar doing the same thing to Roman Reigns in the steel cage, in which he just knocks the fucking cage door down or something like that.
That would make him even look more stupid. But that requires me to put that much energy into thinking of that. So, I'm good.
I know.
They'll probably do the spot where Strowman throws Shane to the fence like they did with Big Show with Austin back in '99.
Oh, yeah.
They probably might do that.
And the cell busts open and he falls out and wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
about all the energy.
I'm losing brain cells because of this match.
That's about all the energy we need to waste on this shit.
Yeah.
Or they.
Let's keep this train rolling before we get dumber.
Yeah, fair enough.
All
Next match here is Cesaro taking on Seth Rollins. Look, I mean,
I'm actually looking forward to.
Yeah, I don't doubt they'll have a good match because my issues with Seth Rollins aside, the man still can put on a good match when he has the right opponent, and Cesaro is more than a willing opponent to be having this match. There's really nothing to this match. It's just it's a match for it's just something for Rollins and Cesaro to do to be a part of the card. I think Rollins wins here because they might have him get set up for a run against I don't know because we'll get to night 2 later, but the triple threat main event between Reigns, Edge, and Bryan will determine where a lot of things will go here, but I think they're gonna really save Rollins for something after WrestleMania, so he'll win it here. Cesaro, look, he just re-signed. The man's comfortable in WWE, which is fine. I'm not even trying to be that guy, but he's fine having great wrestling matches in WWE and getting paid for it. I can't even be mad at that. So it's a WrestleMania spot. He'll get the big payday. It's just another match between these two. There's really no story behind it. So, but I will go with Seth Rollins to win here.
Seth Rollins is more money.
Hasn't left yet. I think he should have gone to New Japan because he was getting calls like, "Hey, go to New Japan." A lot of people said he would have made a great member of the Bullet Club, and I agree.
Who, Cesaro?
Really?
Who, Cesaro or Rollins?
Advising Cesaro, and we've been giving him push after push, and still nothing.
Why the Bullet Club though?
And Bullet Club needs to die.
Yeah.
Why?
Bullet Club needs to die.
Yes.
Don't keep that going.
As much as I like the Bullet Club, they need to stop.
They've gotten stale, and it's a shame. They should have
Kill
ended up.
Even with
kill that group as quickly as possible.
And I know
Kind of cool.
Slow the painful death.
Different leaders, and all of them have been in WWE. Finn Balor here, AJ Styles here.
Kenta.
Omega.
And Kenta's doing a lot better.
Yeah.
Run the better.
Yeah, but I mean, I think
The only person I think is Kenny Omega. I'd love to see Kenny Omega in WWE one day.
I'm changing the conversation right away.
I don't know about all that, but
I'm changing that.
I'm sorry.
What was the match again?
Seth Rollins versus Cesaro.
All right. Well.
Rollins.
Yeah.
Rollins, just to be safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Rollins still a heel?
For me, it's just as much as I love Cesaro, like I love what he does in the ring from back when he was Claudio Castagnoli and all that. Yeah, safest is Rollins. Like no matter what just like with Hakeem, no matter how I feel what he says on Twitter, the guy can work. So yeah, my money's definitely on him and his loud ass suits every time I see highlights on SmackDown.
Yeah,
it's looking like a heavy Seth Rollins. It's looking like a heavy Seth Rollins favor.
Yeah.
So no argument here.
All right.
They got rid of. Yes.
Let's get to the main event.
Yeah, main event will be for the WWE Championship. Bobby Lashley, the champion, will be with MVP against Drew McIntyre. Now, I will speak about the whole ordeal about the Hurt Business and how they split off this week. Look, I'm not watching Raw. At least not fully, at least. I keep tabs here and there. But I'm really not watching Raw like that. I have better shit to do. But the fact of the matter is,
I agree.
One thing that I do see a lot when it comes to Raw is the fact that people do praise the Hurt Business. And I have watched highlights of them here and there. They really were an effective faction from what I saw. And it's not bad to have MVP to be your mouthpiece. He's a great mouthpiece with what he wants to convey and whatever storyline he's involved in. You got Bobby Lashley, who to me is the greatest TNA World Champion of all time. That's just my opinion. And you have Bobby Lashley to be that guy as the focal point of the Hurt Business. And then you have Shelton and Cedric, who Malik mentioned earlier, that they weren't really doing anything before the Hurt Business. So you bring them in, and now they have a purpose. They became the tag team champions. All's well and good. They're all champions, MVP leading the charge. And then because you're afraid maybe that Drew might get booed next week, that now you got to start separating the Hurt Business because you want to make Lashley to be this dick. And I think, to me personally, this was too soon because look all the factions, and we talked about it with AEW earlier, but this is why I don't have an issue with them having factions, because all the factions in AEW make sense, at least to me. They all make sense as to why they formed. With WWE, the one faction that made sense to me forming was the Hurt Business, and they just split that off. Because now they got bored with the faction. Now there's no purpose anymore. There's no need for this to be a faction that actually has some certain babyface qualities that could have been used down the road. But because you didn't have a game plan, because you didn't have a long-term story with their business, I will just split them off. Now we'll just have Cedric and Shelton go back to where they were beforehand. It sucks. So with Bobby Lashley now, he's been the champion. He won it from The Miz a few weeks ago. I hate the way this title was switched hands throughout these past couple of weeks. I hate it. It undermined Drew's title reign. It made Miz to be a horrible placeholder, and it even undermined Bobby Lashley's title win, in my opinion. But look, we got here finally. We got here finally with Lashley. Drew McIntyre's going for the title. These two have had bangers at TNA. I've seen them. These guys can work well. I expect no less here at WrestleMania. This is the match that should main event night 1. They've built a lot of things here to where Drew can get back the title and win the title that, he won the title last year, but there was no crowd. Now you can rectify it next week with a live crowd to where Drew finally gets that ultimate win in front of a live crowd that'll support that. So even though I'm not going to like the fact that Lashley was a short-term champion and the way he even wanted to get there, it's going to all lead to Drew getting his ultimate WrestleMania moment, and then you can still continue the feud from there. So I do see McIntyre regaining back the WWE Championship from Bobby Lashley for night one.
Agreed.
Indeed.
I agree on that because
my only comments to this match is that it should have been Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar. That's it. Enough said.
Yeah, but
I feel like they're way too late on that part. But
They're way too late on everything.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You want to see it. He wants to see it. Bobby wants Brock bad, and he even said it. He was the main reason he came back here.
It doesn't matter if Bobby wants it. It matters what Vince wants, and he doesn't see Bobby and Brock as a draw.
And
So
what
that's the
Vince
point.
wants is what pisses people off, and people still watch the product. But if anything, for my prediction, I would definitely give it to Drew in this one. Like, no respect to Bobby, who definitely deserves the WWE title. Like, of course, he deserves to get all the celebration and praise and all that, but it's like, you do it without a crowd. It's like you don't. I feel like half and half. It really don't even matter. So with Drew definitely winning it, I feel like he's definitely gonna get that crowd reaction. I'm definitely agree with Hakeem on that one. So hopefully, hopefully Bobby can kind of regain the title back. But I'm kind of on blessings on that one.
So I'm gonna be the controversial stick in the mud.
I
I understand Drew retaining, but I want Bobby to win. Drew McIntyre's not going to do anything for me at this rate.
I hear that.
At least with Bobby Lashley, he has MVP. And I can't trust the company with Drew McIntyre as world champion because somehow they managed to make each of those reigns he's had before meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
At least with the first one, he beat Brock.
Yes.
What's Lashley going to do after this? Nothing.
Yeah.
He's going to go back to kind of where he is. Unless he's going to win the title back.
Well, can I be honest here?
Why not? Give Bobby Lashley the big win. Do something else.
Can I be honest here for a moment?
I agree with you. Go ahead.
Well, okay. To be quite honest, Bobby Lashley versus Drew McIntyre wasn't necessarily a match I was hoping for. I was more so hoping for Drew versus Edge, but since he's going for the Universal title, I guess that's all out of the picture at this point. But I agree with you. The whole thing what they're doing with the WWE title, which is a better title than the Universal title, in my honest goddamn opinion, and a few others, is that it's changed hands in the most shittiest fashion possible. Point, all because of Vince's stupid bullshit as usual. And I gotta keep saying it, and I gotta keep quoting it, and adding the counter. Fuck off, Vince. Continue, guys.
All right. This match can be a great match because, like Hakeem said, Drew and Bobby has done matches before in TNA. And they can make a great match, but I feel like the easy answer would be going for Drew, but I feel like the right answer should be Bobby because Bobby has such a chance to finally become the main man on Raw with the WWE Championship. The title he has finally won for the first time since in over a decade, and I feel like I could see a real big heel run with Lashley as WWE champion, like I am seeing right now. Okay, because Drew, yes, he's been champion multiple times, but every time he's had a reign, it always ended in some stupid, shitty fashion, and it made my stomach churn. And I should see at WrestleMania them having an amazing matchup. MVPs in Bobby's corner, doing motivating him, talking strategies and all that. He can do a little bit. of interference and all that. And I feel like the ending should be Lashley winning with with the spear and leaving WrestleMania with the WWE Championship. And that's my opinion.
Well, there you have it.
I got nothing else for that.
There you have it. So that's night 1 of the WrestleMania card that's going to be happening next Saturday. And then we head to night 2, April 11th, which will be next Sunday as well. And I will run down the card, and I'll just go a little bit quick here so we don't have to be here too long. But first matchup here for the United States Championship, Matt Riddle will be defending the title against Sheamus. Again, another put-together match. Really nothing to it. It's just basically to get Riddle and Sheamus on the card. I don't really have much to say about it because it just kind of happened pretty much out of nowhere for the last week from what I heard. So Riddle, he's the current United States champion, which really doesn't mean dick in today's WWE. So in my opinion, I think you would keep it on Riddle, but for what Sheamus has been doing for the company as of late, in terms of wrestling Drew McIntyre and Riddle and all these other guys that he's had to put up with, I think they might just give Sheamus the title just to reward him for what he's done this past month. And if Drew's going to win the WWE title, I mean, you can run back Drew and Sheamus title for title if you wanted to do that. So I think the easy money's telling me Riddle, but I think for some reason Sheamus will become the new United States champ because really, honestly, what the fuck is Riddle doing with that title? Doesn't really mean anything. Riddle as
what the fuck is Riddle doing in the company in the first place? Because
well,
I remember seeing a segment of him and Asuka, and he legit forgot his lines. I'm like, oh no.
I mean, that's not even the main thing I have on Riddle. All I'm gonna say is Matt Riddle was big talk about the old generation, and I'm like, hey, look, Matt Riddle, for all the shit you can say about the old generation, you sure as hell don't like no, much like most of them do. So
there you go. Yeah.
Well, to be honest,
all I gotta do is say Candy Cartwright said no, but you made her say yes.
I knew you were gonna bring that up. I knew you were gonna bring that up.
Jesus.
Hey, look, people should understand me when I say that I will tell you the most blunt and honest opinion that I have on certain people. I have made blatant jokes about Matt Riddle to the point where I got meme accounts retweeting my shit. I know I don't care about Matt Riddle.
Yeah.
Like, come on. He's a good wrestler and all, but that Candy Cartwright case has not done him any favors in my eyes. To the point where I just don't care.
That's true.
So he probably will retain, but Sheamus winning would make me happy, just because it's not on a date rapist.
Wow.
Jesus.
Unload the ammo, my guy. Fuck.
Sounds the truth.
Yeah, he is, but
hey, there's no venom. I just shoot.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't
I hear that.
Who are you talking to, man? I know this.
Yeah. Riddle. Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's Riddle. I definitely agree with both.
I hate you guys.
And
I am Riddle all the way. It's his first WrestleMania. He needs to get his first win. Possibly his only win.
Yeah.
I might as well just say.
Probably.
Oh no, that's absolutely fair.
I might as well just. Yeah.
It's an absolutely fair point. Just, I would be humored if Sheamus won, because, date rapist Matt Riddle.
Right.
I will say, if Sheamus does win, that would probably do well for his career, I guess. That depends, I guess.
And sadly, he won't be the first Irishman to win the U.S. title. That belongs to Finlay.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep. That is true.
Yeah, that's true.
My name is Finlay, and I love to fight.
Love that song. Love that song. But back, next matchup on the card here. Kevin Owens takes on Sami Zayn, the feud that'll never die, as Sami Zayn will be accompanied by Mr. Logan Paul. Look, I spoke about it earlier, so I don't want to repeat it again. But look, it's Zayn and Owens. You know you'll get a great match out of this, even if the feud is fucking out of nowhere. If this match is being put together, the addition of Logan Paul, which is really unnecessary, but I get why they're doing it. You're gonna get a great match regardless. So I don't want to shit on Owens and Zayn too much, but it just is a testament to why the fuck is this a 2-night show? I'm looking at a lot of these matches here, and it's like some of these matches really do not need to be on the main card. Maybe pre-show stuff,
It's the
fine,
same
but
like
it's
they did last year, bro.
this
Last
is
year was
ridiculous.
just
anything,
You think
anything
you?
for an old school card, I would say put
Otis
it.
and Dolph
I say put it
Ziggler.
on Saturday night's main event.
Two things. Two things. Do you think Kevin's gonna do that thing with the that like one spot that he wants to do that he didn't get to do last year?
I'm sure he will.
Probably.
Year. And two, I'm just gonna be completely honest about this. I'm not fond of chicken shit heels Sami Zayn. I was never fond of him turning into heel to begin with. I can't hate that man at this point.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah. Him
I'm
going
just-
heel was a stupid idea.
It was stupid, in my opinion.
Well, you gotta understand, it goes back to the yeah.
Anybody can be turned heel under the right circumstances if done correctly. Anybody
Exactly.
can probably do a good Sami Zayn heel turn. It's the fact that it's the Fed doing a Sami Zayn heel turn. And the fact
That
that
is
they have it
true.
with Logan Paul kind of bugs me a bit. But hey, if he gets powerbombed by Kevin Owens, I would probably jizz my fucking pants. And probably be happy with it. So hey, fuck it.
Kevin should stop doing the stunner.
So how long you gonna keep them pants?
Yeah, you better hope my pants are black. If my pants ain't black, I guarantee you it's gonna go buck wild.
Get that shit
I can
washed,
go
bro.
dark too. Don't forget that.
Yo.
Kevin Owens, change the name of your finisher. Stop calling it a stunner. Change the name.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't like Kevin doing the stunner. I kind of said this before, like
Me
like
neither.
him doing the package pile driver.
But he does pretty well.
Nah, him doing the package pile driver is fine, or even the package powerbomb was fine, but I just don't like him doing the stunner. It just doesn't look. He doesn't do it with enough oomph like Austin did, or even like a Willie Mack does it. It's like it just
I
kind
was
of.
gonna get to that. He's not Stone Cold Steve Austin. We can all establish that Kevin Owens
Also,
is Kevin
the
Owens,
thing
not
is, with
Stone
the
Cold.
package pile driver, it's
I mean, have you
with
forgotten,
the
bro?
pile
His
driver.
favorite was the up power bomb. I think is what it was.
Yeah, the
called.
pop-up powerbomb. That was his finish.
I mean that you could just have that be his thing.
Yeah, I would much rather that than the stun.
Yeah,
Be honest.
just pop up powerbomb Logan Paul, which I expect Logan Paul to do a spot actually, but because I feel like he would do it, but fuck it, pop up powerbomb Logan Paul somewhere off stage or something. Do that. I wouldn't.
He did it.
You
he
swanton
did it with
bomb off the
Machine Gun
stage.
Kelly years ago.
Yeah, do it like you did with Machine Gun Kelly years ago. Just fucking.
Oh my God, man.
wreck him. You know what I'm saying? Just
Wreck shit.
Just powerbomb
Wreck
his ass
shit.
to the Shadow Realm or something. I don't know. Do something like that.
That'll be
The
cool.
Shadow Realm.
Are we gonna get to the Fiend and Randy Orton? Because I got a lot I can say about that.
We're getting close there, buddy. We're getting close. Trust me. I got my own opinions as well, and they're not going to be good. But next match on the card here for the Intercontinental Championship, Big E defends the title against Apollo Crews in a Nigerian drum fight. Now look. Here's
Can I go first with
hold
this?
on. First of all, now as a fellow Nigerian such as myself, I have been a fan of Apollo's new gimmick, if you will, until this week. And I'll say this here. First things first, I like that Apollo's getting a lot of spotlight with his recent turn, with his recent character. Apollo, Uha Nation, if you will. He's somebody that should have been got the spotlight for a minute and just simply hasn't been given enough time to shine. But be that as that may, it's better late than never. Big E, being Intercontinental Champion. It's fine, I guess. I mean, it's not like the greatest run in the world, but he hasn't truly been that bad either. He seems like he's actually defending the title with some sort of care. Like he really wants the title to mean something. And these two, and quite frankly, have some sort of chemistry to where they can make this work. Big E has been cutting some pretty good promos that I've seen at least. And then on SmackDown, from what I saw, they did Apollo Crews doing this whole Nigerian drum fight and the whole fucking thing with his accent. They ramped that up to 10 times 10. I have parents that talk like that, obviously, but it's like, look, dude, I get that Apollo needed something to really get himself back into place in his career, but this shit just comes off as some 1980s WWF cartoon shit. This is some Saba Schindler shit, man. It's some Saba Simba shit in the sense that like you don't
saying that this is racist.
Simba.
Look, like I've been hearing that too. Like this is racist and stereotypical. Look, it's pro wrestling.
Wait, what?
Listen, it's pro wrestling. Like stereotypes are what they are. I'm not saying that they're right necessarily, but pro wrestling is a parody of reality. So stereotypes naturally come into play here. We can separate fiction from reality. So even though I wouldn't necessarily be having them do it in this aspect, I think they need to cool it with the accent. They need to cool it too much with him making him look like a cartoon from Zamunda, if you will, because it's gonna typecast him into being a comedy character, which is gonna happen if they keep going down this route. But I do think Apollo wins the title here. I know he lost at Fastlane, which is like, why the fuck would you even do the fucking match at Fastlane if you're gonna head here anyways? But whatever. The fact of the matter is, I think you have to give the title to Apollo, because if he loses 2 times in a row, like, what the fuck else is the point of him challenging for this title, let alone going after Big E? He's lost twice now. So, go with Apollo, but they need to cool the fuck off with this gimmick. It's starting to teeter towards 1985's rock and wrestling bullshit here. So,
the way you made it sound, go ahead, Jamal.
So I'm just gonna do my usual thing where I'm serious for 1 minute and then I'm gonna make a joke out of it, because usually that's how I deal with comes to this WWE and most of the crap they like to do. So Apollo needs to win the belt. Let's just get this out the way now.
yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll be right back. But you have to keep talking.
Yeah, Apollo needs to win that belt. Just do us all a favor, because we need some sanity for Big E to actually be humored, to be going after the Universal title. Just seems like the proper time.
Sounds like
and besides, I want my cheap pop of, let's get Nigerian Prince Apollo Crews. And get this, he's going to have hashtag NLM on his shirt. And you know what that's going to stand for? Nigerian Lives Matter. Oh man. The pop I will get. The pop I will get from that. Oh my god.
Let me do on this shit right here. It's okay. Normally I won't go for IRL stuff, but I work in a warehouse where half the employees are basically Nigerian, and it's like, whenever I hear that damn accent from Apollo, I was like, no, come on,
How bad
man.
is the accent? How bad is the accent?
Bad the accent? Well, half is legit, half is like, I deal with it, but it's like when I don't watch SmackDown at all. I just watch highlights, and I'm like, oh, I hear that, I'm like, oh god, why am I at work now? What the hell? And the sad part of it is, it's so fucking bad. And I understand with the whole Nigerian rules, I get that entirely. But like Hakeem said, bro, cut that rock and wrestling bullshit. It's 2021, man. It's like, yeah. I mean, I get it. Apollo needs that turn. I get that. I get that with everything. But it's like, you know what? I don't even why I question it, because it is Vince coming no matter what. But for prediction purposes, I don't want to cut this short. Yeah, I definitely have Apollo win this match in his own drum things, and with Big E, yeah, definitely agree with Jamal. You got to go with the Universal title. You got to go for something big, especially now that his homies are on Raw. It's just like, just do more big things instead of just going up the main card. That's all I gotta say.
All I gotta say is at least they're like giving Big E his singles push. As far as I know, like here's the thing about the New Day. I feel as though they probably should have, I don't know, disbanded a while ago. I mean, Kofi won the world title, and sadly he lost it to WWE being a bunch of fucking idiots and giving it back to Brock. And to top it off, at least Big E is now doing much better in singles run. But if I had to pick a winner, I suppose, maybe give it to Apollo Crews. It's just, sure, why not?
All right.
You know, the one thing we're still missing is like, does anyone know the rules to this match?
Nope.
Oh yeah, what is the
What
rules?
is this thing?
I hope I know when the match actually happens.
Yeah, those probably.
Like,
probably
what the hell?
Hey, look, y'all heard the rules.
No, I didn't. What the hell are the rules?
You gotta wear a Nigerian Lives Matter shirt.
Are you?
What?
I see what you did there, man.
This is almost
I got it.
like what they did last year. We had that Firefly Funhouse match. We had that Boneyard match.
Well, speaking of Firefly Funhouses and all that, the next match we are going to talk about.
Oh
Yes.
Lord!
Yes.
This is all you. This is all you guys. I ain't got time.
Is the Fiend Bray Wyatt with Alexa Bliss taking on Randy Orton? Now, before anyone goes, let me get this shit off because I've made it abundantly clear my stance on Twitter and all that. But here's the thing. This feud sucks. One. Two. Look, I was a fan of Bray Wyatt back all the way to FCW when he was just a mere Cajun man from the South. Okay, so I am aware of Bray Wyatt and his brilliance. Be that as that may, this is bad, and the reason why it's bad, and I'm not saying this to just shit on anything WWE related. It's just, here's the thing: if you're flipping channels and you want to watch something on Monday nights and you want to watch something that might entice you and all that shit,
enticing,
and you happen to tune into the USA Network and you see this fucking Fiend that is discombobulated, and by his side is this fucking childlike figure that we're supposed to take seriously. And at some point, look, I was born and grew up during the New Generation era, so I'm not saying that this shit is new or that I'm aware that this shit is new. I'm aware of what this is. The fact of the matter is, however, is that this feud has done nothing for anybody. This Fiend gimmick sucks now. Fiend Bliss sucks.
That god awful Hell in a Cell match.
This went way too long.
Hold on. The fact is, Bray Wyatt sucks now as the Fiend. Fiend Alexa Bliss sucks, and Randy Orton, when he's not being gotten to by Soulja Boy on Twitter, he sucks now too, because this feud has dragged his star power drastically low. Anytime Orton and the Fiend are in the program or a match, it's never good. I want a motherfucker out there to name me a good Orton and Bray Wyatt match. You're not gonna fucking do it, and if you try to, I'm gonna laugh in your face. The fact of the matter is that Randy Orton, you may hate him, you may like him. The fact is, he is one of the most made stars in this last era of the WWE. And the fact is, you wanted Bray Wyatt to be one of these guys that could be an enticing character for the future and for years to come. And look at where these two are. Look at where Randy Orton has been. Look at where Bray Wyatt has been. And I know a lot of you people, and I'm just going to say this because, you know, I can be this dude too, but this whole thing with Alexa Bliss, the fact of the matter is, she's not a good enough actor to pull this off. I don't care what fetishes, I don't care what type of crushes you have about Alexa Bliss, because here's the thing. Here is the thing, folks. The fact of the matter is, this whole Fiend Bliss gimmick, to me, you might disagree with it, fine, we can have that discussion. But to me, this shit, especially recently, kinda comes off as jailbait material. There, I said it because it needed to be said. Motherfuckers didn't want to just say it outright, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. The fact is, this Fiend Bliss shit, with her acting as a fucking 12-year-old, skipping around, being sexually seductive with Orton, This shit is creepy, and it's not the good kind of creepy.
gross.
It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And knowing the audience that this fucking company attracts, and the way I see people act on Twitter, and the way they appear on Twitter, I don't think I'm even wrong. That's the thing about it. I see a lot of grown-ass, balding motherfuckers here on Twitter trying to argue with me about how AEW sucks and New Japan's boring, but these motherfuckers out here will try to wear an Alexa Bliss shirt and will try to convince me this Fiend Orton storyline is great shit. And you have to be smoking on some of the greatest... You all have to be smoking on the greatest ganja this side of California to try to convince me that this feud is anything but great. This feud sucks. It has ruined Orton as a star. It has ruined Bray Wyatt as a character. It has dragged down Alexa Bliss to a typecasted character she might not be able to get out of anymore. This feud sucks. I guess no one even knows who's the face and heel anymore. I guess the Fiend will have to win out of principle, but quite frankly, I don't give a fuck. I'm just waiting for this match to end here at WrestleMania. And stop excusing mediocre shit when you know it's mediocre. You motherfuckers thought it was cool when you got burnt to a crisp. You thought it was cool when you wore that fucking mask that looked like that John from the Goonies. You guys thought that he looked like all these things. And it hasn't improved one goddamn thing of business for that company. This feud sucks. This match is gonna suck. I don't want this to continue anymore after WrestleMania. I am done with this shit. And all you motherfuckers that are gonna disagree with me because you guys cannot get away from the fetishes about certain shit about this feud, blow me, kiss my ass, shut the fuck up. There you go.
Two things.
Well,
you might let me, please.
Yeah.
True.
Let
has
Bedlam.
Yeah, let Jamal go.
And this has definitely gone like way too long, and it sucks like how this has gone. The Fiend in the beginning was absolutely amazing, and now
you let me cover that, because I'm gonna cover everything without letting anyone else waste their time and energy.
Gloves are coming off.
So let's gloves are coming off. It's time to get a little dirty with this. So let's take Bray Wyatt, this guy who had some very interesting potential. His potential that could have gone as far back as that match with Cena at WrestleMania 30. And to a degree, he could have recovered from that. He easily could have, compared to a lot of the other tragedies. Then you have this start of this Fiend gimmick. And the first night he shows up, oh, cool, he kills Finn Balor. Dope beginning. Where has it gone since then? Slowly falling down the cliff. And it's not falling down the cliff in a good way. It's falling down the cliff, tumbling headfirst, cracking its head against the rocks, hitting its body against the rocks. It's tumbling down the mountain in a deathly painful slide, leaving blood everywhere. And it's not a pleasant sight to see. That Seth Rollins Hell in the Cell match, that Goldberg match in Saudi Arabia,
that was horrible.
Anything that the Fiend has done so far has just led down a slow path of, oh God, how much further can this disaster fest go? And I hate saying that about him because Bray could do good things for the company. He really could. But the problem is what it's always been. The people at the top who matter the most don't want to do anything with him to the point of protecting him. You know how easy it would have been to make the Fiend marketable? Protect the actual character. Protect the Fiend. Make it interesting. Don't put Alexa Bliss in a scenario where you know you've had perverted sickos perving over her on the internet and in certain subsections of Reddit. Trust me, I've been to those subsections of Reddit before. People are creepy, obsessed with this woman. And then you put her in this gimmick that borderline dangles on Cash Me Outside OnlyFans levels of creepy into, dear God, pedophiles love this shit. And it's like, ew, stop.
Stop. Hearing about it is just disgusting.
Stop.
Jesus.
If there's one thing that I need people to understand, it's that pedo lies do not matter. Alright? Leave this shit alone. Leave this alone.
Yeah.
Kill this thing off. You know what I would like, actually? On a genuine serious note? No, I'm being serious here for a second. You know what I would genuinely like? I would like for the Fiend to win. But I would like for Orton to, after the match, actually put an actual end to this Fiend character. Have him actually legitimately burn the thing to an actual crisp. Start over. Try something else.
Why are they even?
I would like them to try something else because at this point he's already burnt to the ground. Do something else. Because at this point, all you're doing is wasting everyone's time with the Fiend. You're doing too much. Let it go. Let it die in the fire that it should have had a long time ago. So would I like for the Fiend to win? Yes. Would Randy Orton win? Hurt me or make me mad? No. Because in all honesty, I could care less. All this match is the literal definition of pedo bait in a masturbation segment.
How would you say burn this match?
No further comments needed. Let's move on to the next match. I'm not entertaining this shit any further.
Fair enough. You said much.
Now the next match for me, this is gonna be my that's gonna be my way out because I gotta go early for work like at 4ish.
But by the way, if I triggered any pedophiles over the internet, I am not sorry.
Shut up.
Why gotta be sorry for those assholes?
Why would we?
And if I triggered any Super Bliss fanboys, I'm not sorry either. Fuck your feelings, nigga.
All right. Well. On that note, let's get to the next match here. For the WWE Raw Women's Championship, Asuka will defend the title against Rhea Ripley, if you will. Now, here's the thing with this. This match was also thrown together, but the fact of the matter is, Asuka to me, like, she's been one of the MVPs this whole pandemic era, at least for WWE. Every time I saw her, she was in some sort of entertaining segment, or she would have a good match with most of the people she was in the ring with. And, she's been the long-reigning Raw Women's Champion, and you wouldn't even fucking know it at this point because of the way they, showcase or the lack thereof showcase. And I guess Asuka... Charlotte challenged Asuka for the title weeks ago, and even that was rushed from what they did with that. But now Charlotte was taken out, as we now know, by COVID, so she was out of the picture. So they had to bring in Rhea Ripley at that point. But we hadn't even seen Rhea Ripley since fucking the Royal Rumble when she was like the final two. So they clearly rushed her over to come over here. So look, I know the match will be somewhat good. I get it, but at this point, bro, like. I know a lot of Asuka fans are going to be mad at the fact that she's getting really nothing of this bargaining other than a good match and that she might even lose the title here. But I would like to just tell them, dude, at this point, who cares? I think to me, this title has been an albatross to Asuka. I think this title, this would only happen in this fucking company, to where a title actually brings you down. That's fucking insane to me. But nonetheless, the title has brought her down now to where she's barely non-existent. She's barely there in the shows. She's just there to put up matches and be like second player to either Charlotte or now Rhea Ripley. Because what's going to happen here is there's a clear narrative being pushed here that they want Rhea Ripley to be a star. They want Bianca to be the star of SmackDown, and they're going to do the same thing here with Rhea here on Raw. And look, if that's what you want to do, I'm not even against that per se because, look, I give you shit about creating stars, and even though you don't know how to do that in 2021, I can at least give you the credit give you the credit for trying. But the fact of the matter is, this is going to be a match that's just a match. It's just about, hey, I challenge you for the title. Okay, said Asuka, and then we have a WrestleMania match. So I do think Asuka will lose it here, and people are going to get mad about it. But quite frankly, it doesn't matter anymore because the title. The value of the title has gone so low in the bottom of the totem pole that even if Rhea wins the title, they're not going to really do anything with Rhea. I haven't seen any evidence that they're going to do things with Rhea. And who's to say that Rhea isn't just a transitional champion to fucking Charlotte by the next pay-per-view? Because Charlotte's going to challenge for that title, whether Asuka retains it or Rhea wins it, Charlotte will be the next in line. And she will get her win. Yeah. So to me, it's like simple. Look. Asuka, they should be doing much more with her. They're not. I wish one day she would leave the company, but that'll be up to her at that point. But Rhea Ripley is definitely the focus of this match, and she will win in my opinion. And whatever they do with her, Lord have mercy, because it's not look. You know, a lot of people like to shit on the AEW Women's Division, and there are some valid criticisms about that division. But man, it's looking a little bit funny as of late here how the AEW Women's Division, quite frankly to me, has been improving in a lot of leaps and bounds to where they are cooking on some momentum with certain talent and certain feuds that are going on right now. And the WWE main roster division, whether it's Raw or SmackDown, kind of just feels stagnant. If not, they're going downward with some of the stories and the people that they are getting behind. It's been night and day to me this past month. But that's just my opinion about that. Yeah, anyone has anything to comment?
I got this one. I need to get this on my chest real quick before I leave, bro.
Go ahead.
If anyone really knows me, I've been an Asuka supporter since day one, and the fact that she's just getting misused, being tapped out for the next big thing that's not really good, and I gotta hear from stupid ass fans who rather smash Charlotte, who's built like a goddamn matchstick. Yeah, I went there. I'm sorry, Andrade, but I went there. But I'm just like, it's baffling.
I still hit
but
that matchstick on the low.
It's
at the point where I'm definitely agreeing more with our games. Like, even if she loses, who gives a shit nowadays? And it's not on her, not on Asuka. It's like, yeah, women's division is trashing WWE. I don't care what people say about it.
Thanks.
But yeah, I know Ripley's gonna win, and I know she ain't gonna do shit with that belt. Y'all know after Charlotte recovers, she getting that killed day one. Honestly, I feel like they're gonna prolong it with very boring title match with Ripley. Then we get to SummerSlam, and bam, Ripley might get her chance, but no. You saw what happened with Asuka at Mania when she's going to get the belt, but yeah, I already know what happened. So Ripley for the dub. I don't know what they're going to do with Asuka. And with that, my friends, I bid you all adieu. I got to sleep. So I can get back to work. Hakeem, thank you for letting me be a part of this. Jamal, I'll see you when I see you. And
see you, Raiden.
See you guys later. Peace.
As always,
Gary. See you, Raiden.
All right. Anyone else have anything further to comment?
I kind of do. The fact that first things first, I want to go back a bit. To be honest, I was hoping Asuka would probably fight. I was hoping Asuka would probably fight Bianca Belair instead, but because of swapping back and forth and whatnot. But anyways, here's what I'm saying. You're right, Hakeem. The fact that a title is weighing her down. The only belt that has not weighed her down was the NXT title, women's title, and just seeing WWE misuse their women's division is just a damn shame. It's fucking dumb. They can't do women's wrestling anymore. Yeah. That's basically it for me. But if I had to pick a winner, I would have to say Rhea. They gotta give it to her for makeup for last year or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But yeah.
Hold on. Did I be heard?
Go ahead.
I know. I've been on the wild shit this whole cast, so forgive me, but it comes from a genuine place of maybe I'm a bit tired of the Fed treating people like we're stupid human people here. Rhea Ripley last year lost the NXT Women's title to Charlotte Flair, a decision that I very much did not like at all.
No, not many people like that decision. Trust me.
that woman has some star power behind her if you really would take the gamble with her. And it also helps that she's a fan of the black people, so I mean, she gets an extra plus in the book for me. So, I mean, that helps too. Not to mention that Vegeta cosplay, oh god.
Yeah, that was good shit.
You can Big Bang me anytime you want. Anyway. Whoa. Anyway.
What?
look, I told you, I was going to bring the entertainment to this podcast.
And with that, folks, we are out of time.
Yes.
Anywho, Rhea Ripley has potential here. She has potential. You need to capitalize on it while you still have a chance. And that means, unfortunately for us, Mommy Asuka is going to have to lose a match. Which is sad, but you know, what much can you do?
I feel bad.
It's kind of the Fed's fault. It's kind of the Fed's fault. It is the Fed's fault for doing this to their women's division. And they've done this for years. So, whatever.
Fuck Fed.
Yeah.
I just want to add one thing to that match.
Yeah.
What happened to Peyton Royce push?
People pretended that her promo was good, and they were capping the fact that she should be wrestling for the title because she's one of the greatest of all time. Then she had her match with Asuka, and then people remembered why she's in the position she's in. So there you go.
I don't like the Iconics. I'm just gonna say I never liked the Iconics.
I'm just tired.
You could have did something. Could have did something.
I'm just tired of the whole played out, tired work shoot promo of the fact that, you know, they don't know my potential. They don't treat me with the same kind of respect as an Asuka does. It's like, bruh. It's like, at least come up with some new, fresh material as to why you should be in that match. I'm sick and tired of people saying they're holding me back. It's like, bro, this is why I only did it for Edward Elric for ACW. It's like, bro, I don't like when people try to do this whole storyline all the time, and every work shoot promo in WWE is now like, they don't give me the chance. They don't give me the title shot. They don't give me all the...
It should have been me!
Yes.
Basically, it's just them being a whiny bitch.
It's like,
it's basically them being a whiny bitch, and they don't know how to do shit. In other words...
Yeah. No, I like CM Punk and all, but... And that pipe bomb promo tends to be true every year as we get closer to the truth. But it's definitely like ruined a lot of things in terms of how people do promos now, because now it's just it's a band-aid to cover some bullshit now. It's played out now. It's like come up with better material, bro. It's like, you know, people thought that was such one of the greatest promos they ever heard. It's like, come on, bro. Come on.
All talk, no mark.
She's not going to retweet you, man. Like, just stop. But anyways, that leads me to the final match here. The main event of night 2 here in the triple threat match. For the WWE Universal Championship, Roman Reigns will defend the title with Paul Heyman against Edge, the 2021 Men's Rumble winner, and Daniel Bryan. Now, here's the thing. I had a bit of an argument with certain people on Twitter about this when Edge won the Rumble. And the argument was, should Edge have won it? Now, I saw both sides in terms of why they wanted him to win it and why they didn't want him to win it. And for people that want him to win it, it was because, you know, he's coming back from injury. He's been wanting to win this Rumble so he can get that one final title run. It would make an ultimate full circle story. It would make a full ultimate story for... you know, Edge and all that stuff. So I get it. I get why they would want to go down that route. But. Other people saying the reason why is because, well, look, it's another former WWE guy that's taken another spot that hasn't really done much to really kind of earn that spot to face Roman Reigns. It should be somebody different. And it's like, look, my whole argument was, look, I don't know if I thought Edge was going to be the right guy to do it, but I did think, like, let's give it some time and see where this goes. Let's see if Edge being the Rumble winner was ultimately the right decision. Yada, yada, yada. I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt, at least in this case, because Lord knows WWE doesn't deserve my benefit of the doubt anymore. But at least in this aspect, I wanted to see where they wanted to go with this. Well, a few days and weeks go by, and it's getting to be pretty clear that whatever momentum Edge had last year when he came back for that Orton feud has completely been gone now. The fact of the matter is, Edge isn't drawing ratings. Edge didn't draw interest in NXT when he was there. Edge has had one match back, and I guess he was fine, but it wasn't all that special. And people were starting to turn on him, online at least. And, you know, they wanted Daniel Bryan to be a part of this match because they feel like he was the better choice. Now, I know that Daniel Bryan, I know that 5 years ago this is how it happened. 5, 6, 7 years ago this is how it happened. That's how he ultimately won that title. The title's at WrestleMania 30. But, look, here's the thing with Daniel Bryan. He's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, at least in my generation for sure. Daniel Bryan will go down as a legend, a Hall of Famer, all that good stuff. But we need to stop acting like Daniel Bryan is an easy fix decision for when you fuck up a WrestleMania build. Because what this looks like to me is that WWE miscalculated. They have buyer's remorse with Edge. They see that he probably isn't the guy, the babyface to beat Roman Reigns, and they are calling an audible again, and they're using Daniel Bryan again to soften the blow. And that's been obviously clear now because Edge, the guy that's coming back from injury for a decade now, and won the Rumble in that emotional moment, they turned him heel. And it's like, why? And I know why they did it, but why the fuck would you turn the guy that's coming back from injury to win the title 10 years from the fact? Why the fuck would you turn him heel? Because now that you turn him heel, now you have no choice but to put Daniel Bryan in. Now, be that as that may, I give WWE a lot of shit that is deserved. But one thing I have praised him for these past couple of months has been Roman Reigns. I think this heel character has been fantastic. I do think Roman Reigns has done a great job as this head of the table character. He feels more natural. His promos have gotten better. His ring work has been very methodical, but in a proper sense. I know a lot of people aren't a fan of the whole melodramatic stuff that he can do, but even I think it's a little added touch. And he's got Paul Heyman on the stick to cover any weak spots he may have. So it's not a full embarrassment, I guess, if you will. So I like this Roman Reigns. This is the best work that Roman has done in his career. And I said originally that Roman Reigns should beat Edge. And I know a lot of people thought I was tripping when I said that, but I said it. At WrestleMania, Roman Reigns should beat the shit out of Edge and retain the title. Because that would be... I know it would end the night on a heel win, but honestly, I didn't think Edge was a strong enough babyface to take the title off Roman Reigns after what you've done with Roman Reigns these past couple of months. But now that with Daniel Bryan's in the match now, you can now do it to where Edge cannot lose, but Roman still retains. Because be that as I may, Daniel Bryan's losing this match. He's the fall guy. He's the guy taking the pin here, or submission, whatever you want to call it. He's losing either way. 1, 2, 3 cleanly here. So that way they can get Roman and Edge what they wanted to do with the next pay-per-view. But I think this is a clear example of WWE not knowing how to book baby faces and heels properly. It's a clear example of how they like to make decisions on the fly and they don't pay off. And it's a clear example of they had a WrestleMania main event that was easy on a silver platter and they still managed to fuck it up. Look at what AEW is doing with Christian and how they're trying to make him be the veteran that has to outwork everyone. He has to work with the talent that he's being given to prove if he still has it. And then you look at what Edge is doing. He's basically turned like a whiny babyface bitch to where they had no choice but to turn him heel. And they had to bring in Daniel Bryan now to fix the problem. But it negates Edge's Rumble win. And now Roman Reigns has to worry about two people to where it is kind of unfair for him. And he's the fucking heel champion. So this doesn't make sense. They're trying to make it make sense, but it just doesn't feel right. But at the end of the day, I do think... Now that Daniel Bryan's been added, I do think Edge is going to win it now. I thought Roman Reigns was going to retain here, but now with everything they're doing with Daniel Bryan and how he got into this match, I think ultimately Edge will win it here, and that'll get Daniel Bryan out of the way, and Roman can chase Edge. So I pick Edge to win, and he'll become the new Universal Champion. For how long, I don't know.
Okay. Basically, for at least for my opinion. Like I said, in my opinion, I feel as though Edge should have probably gone after Drew. But that aside, adding Daniel Bryan to this match was just plain dumb, in my opinion, at least. They're basically doing a Becky Lynch versus Charlotte versus Ronda Rousey thing. And you all know how that match turned out. That turned out horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And just no. If I had to like pick a winner, I would probably have to say either Roman or Edge, as far as I'm concerned. Because don't get me wrong, I like Daniel Bryan. However, I feel as though he should not have been added in this match whatsoever. They basically just kill Edge's momentum at this point, and well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's more lines of they just killed him being a babyface again and whatnot, and just yeah, they. All I could say is winners are either Edge or Roman, and this match will probably end up being a piece of shit. Maybe. Anyone else?
They didn't mention how this almost feels like a repeat of what happened at WrestleMania 30. It was Daniel Bryan, Randy Orton, and Batista.
Anyone else?
I gotta go Bryan or Edge. I hate Head of the Table Roman just as much as I hate Monday Night Messiah Seth Rollins. They're both too cocky, and it's cocky or they're annoying at sometimes. So Daniel Bryan or Edge for the win for me. No disrespect.
All right, time to put my Roman Reigns love on the table. How I usually do at this point. Anyone who knows me knows this. It shouldn't be no surprise that I love me some Tribal Chief.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
He's probably one of the better things on this entire Fed. With the Hurt Business now being inactive, he's the best thing in the Fed. Point blank, period.
Yeah.
I have not had this much interest in Roman Reigns in a long time. And this is saying a whole lot, considering I've always been a big fan of Roman. Even when people were like, oh, Roman sucks, he's getting overpushed, and I'm just like, it's not his fault.
No.
It's
Roman
never
has the
been
tribal.
his fault.
Roman has
It's
the
never
tribal
been his
chief.
fault from the beginning.
True. That's true. That's true.
The Vince overpushed him to a point where people got so tired of him, and then never gave him a chance to actually try to win people over. So, what a surprise that he literally had to get cancer for people to actually lighten up on him. What a surprise that he had to say, oh, let me leave for my own health and safety, and then boom, he comes back as the Tribal Chief. He comes back with Paul Heyman. Now people actually care. Now people have interest. This is the most interesting thing on this entire WrestleMania show. This is the one match I can manage to drag an iota of a damn to give. And honestly, as much as I do get why Daniel Bryan was added, and he was the meme of this, because don't get it twisted, he's the meme of this entire thing. Because I've seen the Daniel Bryan triple threat memes all over the internet. He's a meme because of this. And that's their own fault. That's their own bed, and they have to lie in it. But part of me is asking, what is that pivotal moment Roman Reigns is talking about when he said that he was going to get a theme song change? What is that pivotal moment? And I've been thinking about it. And WrestleMania is about one of the only things that hits me in the head and says, there's your pivotal moment. There's the moment for Roman Reigns to get that change that he needs. Or that he's been saying that he's going to bring to the table. So, here's my thing. I have 3 scenarios for how this could go. 1, Tribal Chief wins. He pins Daniel Bryan or Edge. Doesn't really matter. And he continues to do what he does. 2, Edge wins the title, but he pins Daniel Bryan, and you can do Edge and Bryan at the next pay-per-view, with Roman winning the title right back from the winner to finish that whole thing off. Number 3, Daniel Bryan wins the belt. He beats Edge, and then you set Edge off even further. Because if you're going to turn him heel, might as well go full-blown rated R superstar and just have Edge be a dick. Have him go back to the Edge that people remember, where he was absolutely ruthless, evil. Just let him be Edge. And let them do their thing. So, my winner is literally split 33 by each. The 1% I'll probably give to Roman because, again, I love me Tribal Chief. But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, we'll say that this match has a lot of, I guess, unpredictable elements behind it, quite frankly, now that Daniel Bryan's been added to this match. But it'll be interesting to see where they go with this. This will be like Roman Reigns' 5th WrestleMania main event match, by the way. So they clearly see that this guy is still a star in his own right. And quite frankly, he's probably the only like star in the past 5 years they've really built to be in that position. So we'll see where it goes,
He'll
but
probably run off, and he'll probably run off to Hollywood too.
I wouldn't put. Well, first he's gotta have the match with The Rock, brother. He's gotta have that WrestleMania match with The Rock, which I will predict this right now. That happens next year.
I would like
in Hollywood.
Really?
Yeah.
WrestleMania's in Hollywood
Yeah, buddy, you better do it.
WrestleMania happens in Hollywood next year. I don't see why The Rock wouldn't do it, especially for his people like Roman. And plus, it would play into the head of the table because who could claim that head of the table other than Roman than The Rock? It fucking makes it makes too much sense. This is actually a match that not only should main event that event, but that's a main event Roman should win over The Rock too, also. But yeah, if you're gonna go to WrestleMania for Hollywood, that's the match and that's the main event for sure. It doesn't even have to have the title on the line. It just needs to be about a matter of legacy and respect. That's all you have to do. Like, you literally cannot fuck this up. But they'll try to fuck it up. Don't get me wrong.
I would pay to see that. That would be pretty fucking dope.
But be that as that may, that is the WrestleMania card that stands right now for next Saturday and next Sunday night. It's a 2-night show. It'll be exclusively available on Peacock. The WWE Network is no more for the U.S. Subscribers. You can still watch the WWE Network if you are worldwide where it's available. But that is what the card stands. I'm sure there'll be a match or two maybe added by next week. But that is where it stands right now. Again, I called it WrestleMEHnia for a reason. There are some matches that do have potential to really kind of steal the show, if you will, but I have not been thoroughly interested or impressed with this road to WrestleMania, and it'll be up to them by next weekend to decide if I was ultimately right or if I was ultimately wrong. And I'm even contemplating next weekend to maybe even do a live reaction to WrestleMania just to see how shit goes. So I'll leave it to the chat if they would like to see a live reaction of WrestleMania with me, if you will. I might even take them up on that offer. But nonetheless, we will get to your questions and comments in a second. So if you have any questions or comments you want to ask me or anybody in the chat, you are more free to do so. But while I let you guys get your questions ready, I do want to talk about the shit that I seen this past week, bro. It was the movie of all movies. It was the main event of all main events. It is a fucking, my whole childhood was invested into this shit. I finally got to see it this week. Godzilla versus Kong. Now, before I even get into it, this is a spoiler alert. Spoiler, woo, 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 all that good stuff. It's a spoiler alert, so if you don't want to be spoiled, fucking mute the stream, cover your ears, choke yourself out to death. I don't know what you got to do, but spoilers are coming. So be that as that may. Regardless, Godzilla vs. Kong, man. I'll say this, bro. The movie I thought the movie was good. I'll just go ahead and say that. I thought the movie was good. I did find some issues with the movie, however, which I'll get to in a minute. But the draws, if you will, the stars of the show, Godzilla and King Kong, fucking delivered. Those two carried the fucking movie as they should have. Those two went back and forth. The scene where they were in the ship and Kong was trying to get out of the fucking ship and Godzilla wrecked that shit. Fucking phenomenal. And then when they fought in Hong Kong, fucking great stuff. If you know me, I was on Team Godzilla. That's my boy. That's been my boy since I was a kid. And I had to hear it for a fucking year and a half from these Kongists, if you will, about how King Kong's gonna wreck Godzilla, bro. King Kong's gonna rip his jaw off like he did with that T-Rex. I'm like, bruh, this is not a normal T-Rex. It's God fucking Zilla. It's the king of monsters. You feel me? So I was watching that shit, man, and I was just like, dude, like Kong was drop kicking Godzilla. He was throwing haymakers and all that. But boy, when Godzilla hit that laser beam on that back, Kong knew what it was at that point. Kong said, "Oh shit, this man is built different." And boy, I don't want to hear no cope, bro. When Kong was down for the count and Godzilla was seconds away from ending this man's career, he fucking let him go. He fucking had sympathy. Because I'm telling you right now, Godzilla's going to finish that fucking monster, bro. And he let him go. To me, that was victory. Godzilla won. I don't want to hear no arguments. They gave you a little bit of a fucking consolation prize of Kong beating up Mechagodzilla when Godzilla was down and out after beating Kong's ass and shit like that. They gave you a little bit of a freebie saying, "Oh, this is what it would have happened if Kong defeated Godzilla. He beat Mechagodzilla. I got it. Whatever. Fine. It doesn't matter. My boy Godzilla won." So I do definitely see a sequel coming up with this movie. Nothing was hinted towards it, but if this movie's gonna make gangbusters, you got to do a sequel at this point, right? But I will also say this as well, dude. I did have some problems with it. I thought the opening part of the movie was good. The ending was phenomenal. The last hour of that movie was phenomenal to me. The middle dragged though, and this kind of gets me to the human actors. I don't know about y'all, whoever watched this movie, whether here on the voice chat or the chat right now on Newscast. I thought most of the human actors were shit. I did not like their performances. That dude that plays that dude from Atlanta, I forget his name, but the dude that acts in Atlanta, the black dude that was trying to play conspiracy theorist, I thought he was fine. I thought he arguably to me was the best actor of the fucking movie, but I think like the villain that they had that was installing the Mechagodzilla, I thought he was shit. I thought his acting was shit. He was your typical villain that was like, ha ha ha, my voice, look at me how do I speak, I'm evil, ha ha ha. And he dies anyway thanks to Mechagodzilla going out of control. So it's like, I didn't want to fucking hear that shit. It was bad. And then the woman that was trying to do sign language, not the kid. I thought the kid was fine actually, but the woman that was doing sign language, I thought she was bad. There was just a lot of bad acting, and I'm a movie buff, so I kind of pay attention to stuff like this. But like, it just was bad. I honestly, if Kong and Godzilla didn't have great fights, if their fights underdelivered, I might have been saying this movie was bad. Period. But ultimately, I enjoyed it for what it was. I enjoyed the movie for it being just a fight. I wish it would have went longer. I would have liked to have had not a lot of human interaction in a lot of ways, but you just kind of pick and choose what you get. But yeah, I ultimately enjoyed it for what it was. So there you go.
So let me digest this for everyone. If you are on the Discord, I want you to take notice of that video that I posted, because I've used this argument before with certain people when it comes to Godzilla and Kong. There's a very specific reason why I believe Godzilla is superior. He's just built better for fights. He is the King Kaiju for a reason. You do not step in his way. even if you're a giant gorilla. Gorillas lose fights to things smaller than them.
Yeah.
Usually in the wild. As you can see in that video that I literally posted in the news chat, there's a specific reason why I posted that video. You throw a giant grizzly bear that's Godzilla's size, I guarantee you King Kong is getting his tail whooped. He's getting filleted. We're having sushi gorilla style. Like, this ain't no game. Now, if you want to put in a Kong inside of a Godzilla, I mean, let's toss in Donkey Kong with that Ellen DeGeneres joint and let's see what really happens. Because that's a real fight right there. Because I guarantee you, Godzilla is going to be tripping when he hears Ellen DeGeneres.
Yo, King Kong do not got enough swag to go up against Donkey Kong, man. The drip is unfair.
King Kong is just King. Oh.
The swag would have been more than enough to beat Godzilla. I'll tell you that now.
Bro, the swag, the drip is impeccable, bro. He can't defeat it. He can't fuck with it. King Kong's out here simping for fucking female humans. Godzilla's just here to wreck shit. I wonder who won, bro.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Godzilla won. That was the rightful.
And let me say this, bro. Godzilla's powers were nerfed just so Kong can have an even match with him. Let's be clear about that as well, bro. Because a lot of people thought Kong had a chance. They had to downscale Kong's size just to make King Kong look of equal footing, bro. You know what I'm saying? So,
not to mention,
I fuck with King
Kong.
When
I've had this argument,
I fuck with King Kong, but bro, Godzilla's my guy.
Hey, yo, about Kong Godzilla?
Yeah,
I just joined that.
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
Go ahead.
Give me a second before you do. Because I was like, when I had this argument with my friend Kenny, he brought up King Kong with that whole lightning thing, and I'm like, Godzilla can do that. He's been able to do that. And the only reason he was able to beat Kong in that movie, he didn't even beat Kong. He stalemated him. That wasn't exactly a dominant win for King Kong. Godzilla, in this movie, beat Kong down like it was nothing. He stole his lunch money. If we want to put it in simple terms, like, just get out of here.
I've got a one-liner just to sum it up, then I've got to leave again. Godzilla beat King Kong as bad as West Brom beat Chelsea today. Hi, Matt. How you doing?
Oh, man.
Hi. Right on the newscast.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
He has to join us.
Oh jeez.
Rebuttal.
Oh my god!
Okay, man.
Rebuttal.
Hey yo, he put you on a public coffin in the newscast.
Not even fair, bro. Hey man.
I wasn't aware he was gonna come out.
Yo,
I was gonna ask.
Yo, that was
ask Hakeem a question.
Hey man, Hickey was trying this whole time. So when you happen to pop up here, I knew it was gonna be bad when Hickey came back. You know?
Well, yeah.
Oh man.
It Kid, the master shooter.
That was beautiful.
Damn Brits.
Oh yeah, he can do that whatever he wants.
Oh man.
I just came here to ask Hakeem a question later on this podcast.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I basically said my piece about Godzilla and Kong, unless anybody else has any other opinions real quick. And then we can move on to the Q&A portion of this newscast. But
I mean, I got no opinions on my end. All I gotta do is say thank you for having me on here. It was nice to provide my dosage of witty commentary.
Yeah, I heard you.
Look, if you didn't enjoy it, you would have had me get off it.
I know. If you're leaving, Jamal, thank you, though. I appreciate it, though.
Not a problem. Consider this my audition to be on ACW commentary.
Hey, spoiler alert. But hey, well, next week I might have a live newscast next week, so you might want to let the peeps know if they want to join in on that. So
I got you. Not a problem.
All right, brother man. I'll see you when I see you.
Gotcha.
All right, so let's get to the Q&A section. Again, if you guys are on the live chat on the YouTube video here, you can send me any questions. Try to keep it a little bit, WrestleMania wrestling section, but I'll answer any other questions as well if you have them. But, yeah, so before we get to that, and I'll let you guys ask your questions, Matt, what is the question?
Yes?
What is the question you have for me?
Okay, it is related to the New Japan Pro Wrestling, and I know you're on Twitter that you're upset about the new IWGP World Heavyweight Title, and me and Edward weren't happy about it. And I think it's two questions I could share to you. I think it's three. So one is, does it make GHC Heavyweight Title from Noah and Triple Crown Heavyweight Title from All Japan Pro Wrestling more prestige than the recent new IWGP World Heavyweight Title? And two, doesn't make the new world title belt from New Japan Pro Wrestling stronger or weaker? And one last question is, does it hurt Kota Ibushi's popularity right now?
Well, I'll answer them in order here. For the first question, does the GHC and Triple Crown titles have more legacy than the New Japan title? And
I like the design of it and the look. Does it make them more prestige?
Here's the thing. Yeah, when the reveal happened the next morning, because I didn't watch it live, I just woke up and saw it. But yeah, I woke up real early and saw it, and I was not happy about it. I made several tweets making that clear. I deleted them just because I thought. I woke up and I was irritated. So when I saw it, I was like, "Fuck, man!" But I overreacted a little bit. I will say this though. I am not a fan of the new title design, but I get why it looks the way it looks. I know people are trying to tell me, "Oh, it looks like the Version 1 to Version 4 titles of the New Japan." I know.
Yeah.
I know the title lineage. I know what the former belts look like. I don't need people to try to tell me that. I know what it looks like. It doesn't change my opinion in the fact that I'm not particularly a fan of this title. I will get used to it. I eventually will get used to the title design, but that doesn't necessarily make it seem that I have to like it. I just don't find it anything particularly great, in my opinion. The second question, what was the second question, Matt?
Oh, the first question is, does it make the GHC title and the Triple Crown Heavyweight title from All Japan Pro Wrestling more prestige than the IWGP World Heavyweight title? That was the first question.
I didn't finish answering that question. Well, since it's the new title, since it's
it's a new one.
It's got a new lineage, so automatically the Triple Crown and GHC titles would mean more. But that doesn't mean in the future that the New Japan title, the new IWGP title, can't mean more than those two titles. It'll take time for that to get to that point, but for right now, yeah, it would naturally be meaning more than the new IWGP title.
Right.
What was the second question? I forgot about that one.
From your point of view, Hakeem, does it make the new world title from New Japan Pro Wrestling stronger or weaker?
Well, Koto's the only champion so far, so that's kind of a trick question. You would have to wait for a couple more title reigns for that answer to truly be really finalized. But I do feel that, Kota, and this will end up going to the third point of you saying about Kota's popularity, but I do think that I think Kota is one of the best wrestlers in the world today. I think Kota Ibushi is somebody that they see a lot of potential to be one of the future stars, even though the man's almost 40. But he seems to be one of those guys that they have a lot of faith in, and they're going to put all their eggs in the basket right now. Right now, Tanahashi, he's going towards he's winding down his career. Okada is having some multiple injuries that he needs to take care of. I don't think they want to go with Jay White for right now, and then you've got the failed run with Evil. So Ibushi really is the one that they're looking forward to riding with, and I know he's going to defend that title in a matter of hours against Will Ospreay for Sakura Genesis, which I expect him to fully retain that title anyways. But I think with Kota, it's gonna take time, but if Kota can still perform in a level that he's known to perform in, and if they still are able to treat the title with some form of credibility, then ultimately this will pay off. Even if I don't like the title design, the lineage is more important, and if they can do right by that, then all will be forgiven, I guess.
All right. Thank you, Hakeem.
Yeah, no worries, man. Let me go ahead and answer some of these questions in the chat here. Let me see here. King Trey asks, "What if Bryan wins the triple threat and Bryan versus Big E SummerSlam? Big E wins with cash-in Roman, who wins Money in the Bank this year." So basically, you're asking, Daniel Bryan wins at Mania, the title. Then you have the setup between Bryan versus Big E for SummerSlam. Big E wins, but Roman cashes in for the title. Here's the thing. I don't think Roman needs the Money in the Bank briefcase, quite frankly. I think he's bigger than the briefcase at this point to where he can get the title shot in a different way. And besides, the WWE and the way they operate, they're going to find a way to do a screwy finish that makes no sense for Roman to get the title shot. So it's not like he needs a logical explanation like the Money in the Bank briefcase. And two, I was one of those people that thought Big E should have won the Royal Rumble this year. And that's obviously what didn't happen. But if you're going to get the Intercontinental title away from him to Apollo at WrestleMania next week, and you're going to start from there the build-up for him being a world title contender at SummerSlam against Daniel Bryan, then fine. I can tolerate that at least. It would be at least them going for Big E to be a world title contender, because you need fresh new faces in that title picture. Because Edge is not going to be full-time, and Roman is a heel that you can't really rely on all the time. So if you want Big E to be in that position, then you need to start that build-up after WrestleMania once he loses that Intercontinental title. You can't have Big E losing months after WrestleMania and then expect us to take him seriously when he goes up for the world title at SummerSlam, even if he wins the title. That would even make it worse, in my opinion. So I can see that point. Jacob asks, "Why do you think most wrestlers today who are good in the ring but suck on the mic and lack charisma?" I know it's hard to do both, but it's not impossible. Well, I don't want to generalize it, but here's the thing: we live in an era now to where it's all about the athletic aspect of wrestling, where it's about the growth of athleticism in professional wrestling, to where the one who can work the best in the ring usually means to be the more popular one, or means to be the most ones that are quote-unquote draws. But I am one of those people that I've always thought, like, you need to have a balance. You need to have people that can be good wrestlers and good workers. And there's a difference between those two positions. Anybody can be a great wrestler. Not everybody can be a great worker. In the sense of the fact that you need people that can cut effective promos to really entice people to be drawn to them, and therefore draw the match and story they're telling on a pay-per-view or a special event. But a lot of people think that you don't have to really have charisma verbally, or you don't have to speak on the mic well enough, because the wrestling will get over. And sure, you can do a lot of great spots to where people will be enticed and will get over, and people will like you for it. But that can only do so much. You're not always in the ring 24/7. You need to be able to create a presence, to create a character, to create something that people can be engaged with. And that's the problem with today's wrestling. In a lot of ways, that's why the independent wrestling, in my opinion, sucks today, because there's not a lot of people in that independent wrestling position that can, to me, cut an effective promo. A lot of the ones that can cut promos are either in WWE or AEW or Impact or other places. That's why, independent wrestling was so great 10 years ago. Shit, it was even better now. It was better 5 years ago compared to right now. Because now everybody's trying to outkill each other, doing all these moves and doing all these matches. They're trying to, outkill each other or outperform each other, to where the only way to really have an end game is to hurt yourself. And that's usually not a thing to do, because it ultimately results in injury or worse, in my opinion. But that's just me. Let's see here.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Well, first things first. Hakeem, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm doing fine, actually. Took a break, but I'm fine.
Oh, I just want to ask. Have you been caught up with anything like anime, video games, and you recently just talked about the Godzilla movie? Anything else?
Well, in terms of usually when I'm on a break, I'm not caught up to CAW like I should. I mean, I'll watch shows here and there, but like in terms of actually actively catching up to everything CAW, when I'm on a break, I usually don't because I'm, with my real life, I just kind of step away from CAW entirely, and then when I'm able to get some free time or get back to my schedule, then I'm fully engaged with CAW. But in terms of like anime, well, let's see. Attack on Titan just went on a break. They'll come back this winter. ReZero, they finished their season. Hopefully they get a third season because they still have a lot of story to tell. Jujutsu Kaisen went to a break. They're done with their season. I finished Promised Neverland. That was disappointing. Yeah, I'm trying to, I know My Hero Academia is back and some other anime that are back, but I know Shaman King's coming back, but they're basically trying to do a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood with the new Shaman King anime series, but either in the sense of that, I've been keeping up with that wrestling. The only wrestling that I'm really watching these days are like AEW, New Japan, Noah, Stardom, Tokyo Joshi, Ice Ribbon, stuff like that. Impact when it wants to be good. So, and that's about as much caught up as I am right now. But trying to keep things in perspective, I guess. Let's see. Let me see. What's this question here? What would be better for pedos? Tossing them off the copter or tossing them into the blades? That's a tough question. Well, tossing them off helicopters would be more entertaining, and then tossing them into the blades would be more gruesome. So the answer to your question would be yes. There you go. Let's see. Why Tux Gohan asks, why do you think the IWGP title and the Intercontinental title were combined? I think personally, to me, I think New Japan and Gedo want to go to a new direction with New Japan, and I think them combining the titles would create buzz for them, which it did. And I just think that now that they have too many titles, they have the U.S. title, they have the open weight title, the never title. I think they just felt like having one too many singles titles would probably just be a little bit too much now, and they wanted Kota Ibushi to start the new era, so they just said, screw it, let's finally combine these titles, So it sucks with the lineage being gone now, and those beautiful looking titles are gone as well, but that's the direction they're going with, and hopefully it pays off because, I'm looking at some of these attendances with the current New Japan shows. Not looking good. So, but I mean, I know COVID's kind of had a part to do with it, but still, I mean, the last show they had, I think this week was 300 fans. It's not good. Do you think what I think in that Kenny Omega doesn't need WWE? I don't think he does. I think he's a legend already. I think he'll go down as one of the greatest wrestlers of his era, if not the greatest of his era. I think his credentials speak for themselves. If he were ever to go to WWE, it would just be to get that huge payday and really cement his career in wrestling. But the man could just stay with AEW or go back to Japan, and he would still be considered arguably the greatest of all time. So he doesn't really need WWE for really anything. WWE needs him. I'll say that. They need anybody. They're trying to stockpile and hoard any great top-tier talent that they can. So Kenny Omega, if they were able to get Kenny Omega, they would throw the Brinks truck at him. He would surpass NXT and go to the main roster, in my opinion, which he should. But, I don't think Kenny Omega needs them, and I think Kenny's aware of that. He's aware that he's a valuable asset to AEW and elsewhere, that he doesn't need the WWE in the way they do things in order to cement his legacy, so he really doesn't need it. Another question. How can professional wrestling gain a lot of mainstream audience again? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, everybody, because I've repeated this many times on my Twitter, but we're never getting another boom era again. At least not in my lifetime, at least. We had two great eras, right? We had the golden era of the 80s and the Attitude Era, the Monday Night War era of the 90s. but we've been on a slow decline since. And the only reason why it's not been a free fall, quite frankly, to me, I think AEW's creation and New Japan's expansion has been a part of why wrestling isn't in the complete shitter right now. But I think you're not going to see anyone expecting like a boom era of those eras. It's time to kind of let that go now. I think a lot of people are just being old heads about it. They're being nostalgia freaks about it. Look, even the eras that you're talking about, 1983 to 1988, 1983 to 1987, that was just a 4-year era. And with the Attitude Era, that was like, what, 98 to 2001? That was 3 years. So they didn't have a long period of a boom era. It was like 3 to 4 years each. So I don't see it. And a part of it is because a lot of the talent just don't have the backbone to just fucking say what needs to be said. A lot of the talent in a lot of these locker rooms, just to put it in layman terms, they're too pussy. They just simply will not argue for what they need to argue for as a talent. They just simply will allow this company or any other company that treats them poorly to tell them what to do because they feel that they are workers even though they're independent contractors. And also, mainstream, those casual audiences have left. They've moved on to other places. They've moved on to other forms of entertainment. There's just no reason for you to chase the casual audience anymore. This is why I hate when people try to say this about AEW, saying they need to garner that casual audience. They need to chase for that mainstream audience. It's not coming. If it's not coming for WWE, what makes you think they'll come for AEW? You know what I'm saying? Like, why won't you rather appease your existing audience that you've been able to garner instead of going after an audience that just doesn't exist, to where not only you keep grabbing for people that don't exist, but you alienate the people that have been with you since day one? Like, professional wrestling is the only business to where people think having a casual audience is the way to succeed. Marvel doesn't do this shit. Not Star Wars, but Marvel doesn't do this shit. You know, other forms of entertainment like the UFC, they don't do this shit. NFL, they don't do this shit. They have a dedicated fan base that go for what they like in their entertainment. I don't know why wrestling feels that they have to insult and berate and abandon their dwindling fan base to go after people that don't give a fuck about them. It makes no sense to me. So, you know, I asked earlier in the week about AEW's ratings this month and how it could be of concern, but I do ultimately think they should stay the course because that's what they need to do. That's what they ultimately need to do in order to be effective in their business. But that would just be me. Let's see here. Thoughts on the Space Jam: A New Legacy trailer? Yeah, I saw that earlier this morning. I didn't really have a strong feeling about it. I mean, I don't think it was great, but I didn't even hate it. It just kind of I didn't really care one way or another. I just, you know, it's LeBron James. I know people are gonna say LeBron James, his acting wasn't good, and it wasn't. But to be fair, and I love the original Space Jam movie, but MJ wasn't a great actor either in that movie either. To be fair, like MJ wasn't a great actor either. So, you know, so I mean, and then you've got the Looney Tunes property. So you wanna, I know this movie's for a new audience. It's not for a guy that enjoyed the original like myself. It's for a new audience, so that's why the bronze in and all that stuff. So I get why they're doing it. So again, I was just kind of like I was kind of indifferent. I didn't really hate it, but I didn't love it either. So we'll just wait to see where that goes. But let's see. I see New Japan introducing a secondary heavyweight title 18 to 14 to 20 months because of ticket sales. I see them sticking with this new title. I don't see them doing an interim heavyweight title or anything like that. That would be dumb. If we get a new boom period, it probably will be in Japan or Mexico or also China. I don't see that either. There just isn't one coming. There's no hint. There's no hint or tea leaves, if you will, to tell me that they're gonna have a boom period anywhere. This is the pro wrestling business. All you can do is keep the existing audience as much as you have at this point. There's no point in doing that. there's no point in keeping your fan base the way it is at this point. You just gotta kind of deal with the hand you've got at this point. So, and with that, I think that is all the questions that I have here. So, I guess that'll do it for here. Ladies and gentlemen in the voice chat, thank you for joining me, and everybody else that had joined in the voice
You're
chat
welcome.
prior. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna sign off here and let them know. So
Thanks for having us.
yeah, no problem. Next week will probably be a live newscast with WrestleMania 37 on. So we'll see how that works. But until then, I'll see you guys in the voice chat. So I'm gonna sign off here. All right. There you go, folks. There you go. That is the newscast. Thank you for joining us. We've had a 4-hour newscast for WrestleMania 37. If you guys want me to do a live reaction to WrestleMania 37 and have some guests watch with me, let me know in the comments section or in the live chat, and we might set something up and we'll do something about that. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, that'll be it for the newscast today. I will see you guys hopefully next week. I know we were supposed to do a draft episode. I've pushed that back to the end of the month so we can do a special episode of the draft picks that we did the prior month. So I have not forgotten that. We will do that when we get there to the end of the month. Also, HCW content will be coming out next week. New content. I hope to have Excel 109 out by next week. We'll have some BitChute content as well for you guys to watch. And obviously next week is the big event, WrestleMania 37 at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, where we will figure out if the WWE finds a way to make things happen or if they will continue towards their mediocrity as you have all expected. So, with that being said, this is Hakeem Johnson signing off as always, and that's to tell you to stay cool. Stay cool. I'll see you guys later.